Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Zubair Khazi, and on behalf of CHOOSE Indian Institute of Medical Science and Research and Elite Education National Webinar of Recent Advances and Guidelines in Course in Ethics and in GCP. This will be a 2 days webinar, and we will be dealing with various updates and in-depth knowledge of the guidelines, and that is ICMR guidelines and NCTC 2019 guidelines and all the other guidelines that are associated with the research in India. And to start with, I request the director of Elite Education and Welfare Society, Dr. Muhammad Shafi sir, who is professor in Department of PSM in Indian Institute of Medical Science and Research, to kindly give introductory talk. All to you, sir. Sir, kindly unmute yourself, Dr. Shafi sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Zubair. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So, very good morning to all of you. On behalf of Elite Education and Welfare Society, in association with JIIU's Indian Institute of Medical Science and Research, I welcome you all to this webinar on course in ethics and good clinical practices. Dear friends, I welcome you all to this 8th webinar, which is organized by Elite Education and Welfare Society in collaboration with Indian Institute of Medical Science and Research, Badnapur, Jalna. We all know that National Medical Commission has made it compulsory for all postgraduates to undergo training for ethics and good clinical practices. So keeping this in mind, last year, first time we organized first webinar on ethics and good clinical practices, and we got a very good response last year. Almost 650 participants registered for this webinar, and they have taken the benefit of this webinar. So this year also, we plan to have a webinar on course in ethics and good clinical practices so that more and more postgraduates get benefited. Also, Elite Education and Welfare Society is organizing Maharashtra Medical Council accredited webinars and CMEs. First 3 CME we did offline, and this last 5 we are doing online so that more and more people get benefited. So I thank our institute, JIIU's Indian Institute of Medical Science and Research, the founding chairman, Maulana Ghulam Mohammad Wastanwi, the chairman, Maulana Huzaifa Wastanwi, our beloved CEO, Dr. Ilyas Beman, our dean, Dr. Azhar Ahmad Siddiqui, the medical superintendent, Dr. Ishrat Fatima, medical director, Dr. Rahmat Qadri. And I am also thankful to my colleagues, Dr. Jawad Hashmi and Dr. Zubair for supporting and coordinating and organizing these webinars. I am very thankful to our speakers. Just by a message of WhatsApp, they are ready to present in this webinar. I welcome to our new faculties. This time we have 4-5 new faculties for this webinar. Dr. Anand Patil from DY Patil, Mumbai, Navi Mumbai. Dr. Rupa Nayak from Mangalore. Dr. Wasim Ansari from Chennai. And then Dr. Trupti Parudkar, Dr. Deepak Bhosle, Dr. Shruti Chandra, myself, and Dr. Mas. We are all the faculties for this Elite Education and Welfare Society. So I'm very thankful for your support, your coordination, your devotion, and for giving us a very good academic feast. So I hope that all the participants and delegates will enjoy this course in ethics and good clinical practices. And also postgraduates, they are doing research while doing the post-graduation. But I think that this webinar will be helpful for the people who are practicing. And they can also plan the research in their practice, and they can come to new evidence-based medicine also. They can publish the clinical work they are doing. So this webinar will have an insight among the practitioners, registered medical practitioners who are practicing in the community clinical medicine, they can also come forward for the research in the field of medicine. So I once again I welcome you all to this webinar on 26th and 27th of April. This first time we are organizing this for 2 days. Till now we had for one day only, but because good clinical practices is the very vast topic, it involves so many aspects of research and clinical practice, good clinical practices and ethics. That's why we have planned this in detail for 2 days. Last year, our delegates also demanded that this time we can go on an extensive level so that there is better understanding of ethics and good clinical practices. So once again, I welcome you all. Please join the Zoom link and attend it for the whole day. We have to take your screenshots. We have to take your attendance also. So Dr. Zubair will announce you time to time that you have to be online and open your video so that your attendance can be taken and is sent to Maharashtra Medical Council. So once again, I welcome you all and thank you very much for joining and registering with Elite Education and Welfare Society. Over to Dr. Zubair.
Thank you very much, sir. Uh, I hope my screen is visible.
Yes.
So, starting with our first talk, Dr. Anand Patil, sir, no introduction needed, but just formally a man who has more than 145 articles and a vast background of research. Sir is MBBS and MD in pharmacology, professor in Department of Pharmacology at DY Patil Medical College, Navi Mumbai. Sir is author for more than 145 articles, out of which 84 are published in Index Journal. Sir is associate editor of 5 books. He is editorial board member of 6 journals and listed among 2% researchers list by Stafford University and elsewhere database in 2024. Sir has received a Best Teacher Award by D.Y. Patil School of Medicine in 2022, Sherlock Holmes Award by the Student Council in 2023, Award for Research Scholar Award maximum number of publications, senior faculty category at NAPTICON 2023, MPS Promising Senior MD Pharmacologist Award at MAPTICON 2024 in Chennai. Sir is invited as a speaker and resource faculties for several conferences and workshops. Sir is invited as a peer review for more than 15 journals. Mayo Clinic certified stimulator instructor is one of the expertise of Sir Anand Patil sir. His experience of working in pharmaceutical industry has conducted training sessions of medical writing and basic stats for medical team of pharmaceutical companies, has conducted workshop on medical writing and basic stats for doctors in Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. So we are going to listen a very esteemed faculty, Dr. Anand Patil sir. Sir, I am stopping the sharing of my screen. You can start sharing your screen now.
I hope my screen is visible and I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
So thank you so much and very good morning, Dr. Zubair. Thank you so much for those kind words. And Dr. Shafi sir, thank you so much for inviting me for this national webinar on good clinical practices and ethics in clinical research. And first of all, thank you so much for accommodating me because of my for the schedule. I requested you to give me the first slot, and thank you so much for it. I'm going to speak about prerequisites for conducting research and what are the parts of the protocol, and maybe last few minutes on investigators brochure. So once again, thank you for having me here for this important talk. I bring to you warm greeting from my beautiful institute, Dr. D.Y. Patil School of Medicine, deemed university. This is our hospital and the medical school. So next 45 minutes, that the time that has been allotted to me, I'm going to speak about prerequisites for study, parts of the clinical trial protocol, and investigators' approach. So before I go to the main talks, let me give an analogy of research. I always feel that research is like a journey. And when we have a journey, we have driver, we have passengers, we have road, we have licenses, we have checkpost. So I can consider the researcher as a driver and the participants who are part of the research as passengers. Protocols, regulations, the guidelines, they become the road on which we have to drive. And the approvals, they are like license, like for example, ethics committee approval or the CDSU's approval. They are like license for conducting this research. Audits, inspections, they would be like checkposts. And finally, completion of the research or maybe publication of that article is like the destination to which you're going to go. So because it's a journey, and sometimes journey may not be pleasant, sometimes it can be disastrous. In case we want to have the pleasant journey, I think we have to be careful as we drive, and research would be similar to that of a journey. And what is important is to plan the research well so that we can reach the destination safely, and we will have the outcomes as we desire. So, what are the prerequisites for conducting clinical research? That's the first component of my talk today. We said research is the drivers. So, we need a researcher who is the driver of this particular project. And the researcher has to be qualified, the researcher has to be knowledgeable, and the researcher has to be trained on conducting the clinical research. If we have the passengers which are participants, then we should have the facility which where we have this patients or the participants who will be coming to research. Then we need to have documents in place. We need to have a team to monitor the process. We need to have the several documents before we go ahead and start the research in the form of the IEC approval, the CDSCO's approval. If it is a research on a new drug, then the CGI's approval, that is CDSCO's approval, would be needed. And all other necessary approvals should be there in place before we start the study. Research is the teamwork, and because it's a teamwork, we need the dedicated team members who know the regulations and who are willing to adhere to these regulations. And after the study is over, then we also might need a team who can write the report of this particular research. And most importantly, apart from those prerequisites, we need to have the research oriented mindset. We need to have time, we need to have patience, and most importantly, our attitude as a team player, because research is not a single man's job. We need to be team player, we have to interact, we have to be associated with several members, and that's why we have to be a team player. Now, having that in mind, when we want to start the project, I think the first and foremost thing is to see whether the project is fitting into the criteria called as the final, which means whether that project is feasible in your setting or the setting where you're planning to do the study, uh, whether the research is interesting, does it have a novelty, it does it follow the ethical principles given by the guidelines, and is it relevant. So before you start the research, whatever concept that you have, please wait through the final criteria and then start developing the proposal. Now, if you think that your proposal has the final criteria which is applicable, I mean, it adheres to the final criteria, and then I'm going to speak a little more when I speak about the protocol component. But before I go there, the objectives of the research, they should be smart, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound. So if your objectives are specific or they adhere to the criteria of SMART, then your research is probably, if you follow the other components, is going to be fruitful, it is going to be relevant, and it will give you the objective that you are looking for. As we have SMART objective, the researcher also has to be smart. The researcher has to be skilled. The researcher has to be methodical. The researcher has to be available, especially when you're into clinical practice. Many times time becomes a concern for the clinicians to do a research, so researchers should be available all the time when needed. The researcher should be reliable, and researcher should be trained. So objective also should be smart, the researcher also should be smart, and your research should be fulfilling the criteria of final. Now, what are the other prerequisites? I always say you need to take care of the rest, and the rest will take care of other everything. So you should take care that you are following the regulations of the land, you are following the ethical principles, you're following the science, you are appropriately using the statistical methods, and you are following the technical aspects, like, for example, structure or the template. So if you remember few acronyms that I spoke before I start going to discuss the protocol, I think you know what are the prerequisites for conducting the clinical research in your setting. uh, Three important things which are prerequisites for conducting any research. Research should be done as per the approved protocol, and that's why I'm going to speak about what are the components of the protocol in the coming slides. So remember, write in the protocol what you're going to do and do what you've written in the protocol. So in the research, there's a dictum which says that if something is not written or something is not documented, it's considered as not done. And that's why whatever is written in the protocol has to be done, and do whatever is written in the protocol, because protocol is a legal document, and that's why protocol has to be written very, very carefully. uh, Secondly, we have to follow the good clinical practice guidelines and the regulations that are necessary to conduct research. For India, if you're doing clinical trials, then we have to follow the NDCT 2019 guidelines. If you're doing a trials on a new drug, and if you're conducting biomedical and health research, then we have to follow the ICMR 2017 guidelines. So remember, every clinical trial is a clinical study, but every clinical study is not a clinical trial. When I say trial, the regulations become a little more stringent compared to the studies which might be observational in research, or maybe retrospective in this, research, and maybe there will be some session on the clinical study designs. So that is what is important to understand, what are the regulations and what regulation do I need to follow for my particular research. So last slide before I go to protocol. In terms of prerequisites, I think the most important prerequisite is planning. And as we do any project, whether it's a research or it's a normal lifestyle that we follow, whatever we want to achieve, planning becomes the first step in achieving the success. So my sincere urge would be to spend as much time as possible to plan the study, and specifically writing the protocol, because remember, what goes in comes out. If you have the not so good protocol, you will have not so good results also, and your time, resources, money, everything is going to be of no use if your planning is not good. Now, the second component of my talk, and which is the major chunk of today's discussion, is the protocol and the components of the protocol. As I said, protocol is the written legal document. And definition wise, what protocol means is that it will tell you what you're going to do in the study, how you're going to do the study, where the study will be conducted, how study will be conducted. By definition wise, it's a document. When I say it's a document, it's a written piece of paper. It's a large document rather, and it contains background, rationale, objective, design, methodology, adverse event definitions, how we're going to manage those adverse events, withdrawals, statistical considerations, record keeping. So anything and everything that is going to happen in the trial and will happen in the trial should be part of the protocol, and that is what is called as the protocol. So everything and anything that should happen and can happen in the study would be included in the protocol, and that's why it becomes a very important document for clinical research. So essentially, in simplified version, if I want to say what protocol means for the research, is the document which addresses these six questions: why do you want to do study, where the study will be conducted, what will be the components of this study, who is going to conduct, when is going to be conducted, and how is going to be conducted. So right from the designing to the organization to the execution to the monitoring to the analysis, and even the plan for reporting the results of the clinical research would be a part, a component of the protocol. Now, when you want to write a protocol, there are two large aspects that we need to be aware about. One is the science, and obviously, depending upon your specialty, science, you would be expert in the science. I deliberately made this chunk of the ethics and regulation a larger piece because that is where many times we need a training on developing the protocol, because we have to be updated with the regulations, we have to be updated with the ethical guidelines, and also science becomes obviously an important component of the protocol. Just to tell you that what components of the protocol you need to have in place. Uh, so ultimately, anybody does protocol. I mean, writes a protocol to do research finally, because it has to be approved by the regulatory authority and in the product, or maybe it has to be published at the publication in the journal. Recently, on 14th of April, maybe a couple of weeks back, Consort 2025 statement has been published, and this consort statement tells you that in case you are publishing a trial, which is a clinical trial, then what are the components that you need to include in the publication. The last revision was of the consort happened in 2010. So after 15 years, consort has been revised, and this is what is going to be useful for publication. So before you write the protocol, if you know what components would be needed for publication, and you know what are the components of consort, if you're doing a randomized controlled clinical trial, it becomes very useful for designing the protocol, because that is what you're going to publish when you complete the trial. So I would urge everybody to go through this document. There are 30 checklists that are there in the consort 2025 statement, and those checklists, if you know those components, they need to be in the protocol. Along with the consort for the clinical trial, there is another statement for specifically writing a protocol, how to write a protocol, and there's a statement called as the spirit statement. The spirit stands for standard protocol items, recommendations for interventional trials. Again, in the beginning, I told you that interventional trials are different than the observational studies. So if you are going to do an interventional trial, a randomized trials, then you should be knowing about the consort and you should be knowing about the spirit statement. The spirit 2025 is likely to be published soon. As I told you that consort 2025 has already been published. So we're waiting for the spirit 25 to get published, but the previous version is available that can be looked into. Now coming to the components or the templates of the protocol, and depending upon your region, depending upon your country, depending upon the the type of study, the proposal where you're going to submit, there are templates available. This is one of the templates, may not be applicable for all the studies, because this is the template for the clinical trial. Uh, and I'm going to go into some of the sections in the coming slides. So essentially, the protocol talks about those 5 or 6 questions that I spoke about. Why do you want to do the study? That would come in a part of your rationale, then objectives, then the whole study methodology, and then finally the study administration, publication, references. It would be very difficult, believe me, to write a protocol. It takes days and days to write a good protocol, and it would be very difficult to speak everything about this in 30 minutes, because it takes at least a day to take the workshop on the protocol writing. But essentially, you should know the broad headers under which the protocol has to be written, and maybe subheadings under which what components you're going to do. The first template was the template for the clinical trial. Now, this template is from the ICMR's guidelines, 2017 guidelines. And if you're doing a biomedical and health research, these are the components of the protocol. Again, more or less the components of the clinical trial and the clinical study, they would more or less they would match. There would be some differences, specifically in terms of intervention, in terms of the compensation, in terms of the what you're going to do and how you're going to do. Some amount of the differences will be there in terms of the protocol for clinical trial and protocol for the clinical study. So briefly, I'll go through what are the components of the protocol. Obviously, every protocol, whether it's a clinical trial protocol or whether it's a clinical study protocol, will have a title page which will talk about the title of the study, protocol number, version, and the date becomes very important, because when there are modifications, amendment in the protocol, we need to know which is the final version that we will be adhering to. And importantly, there should be signatures of the investigator, statistician, sponsor, because that tells us that this study has been, or the proposal has been read, and the onus has been taken by the investigator for conducting this research. Apart from the things that I listed in the previous slide, there would be other information which would be needed on the title page, including in case there is a sponsor, then who is the investigator, where the study is going to be conducted, which lab is going to be used for conducting the investigation. So this is maybe a sample of one of the cover pages of the protocol, which talks about the title, protocol number, date, version, phase of the study, who is the investigator, and who is the sponsor, and finally a confidentiality statement on the bottom. Another protocol title page, as I said, you have to use the version depending upon where you're going to submit the protocol, and that particular template has to be used. Uh, if the protocol has undergone some amendments, then the version on which date it's been amended, what are the reasons for amendment, that has to be included in the initial part. Then comes the table of content. The whole document is divided into the table of content, like right from the synopsis to the flow chart, the statistical considerations. So again, I'm not going to go into details because it would be difficult to go in each of the aspects, but these templates are available and you would have access depending upon your ethics committee would have this separate template, the ICMR would have separate template, CDSU would have separate template. So you have to follow the template which has been applicable for your research. After the table of content comes the synopsis. Synopsis is the short version of your whole protocol, and synopsis will also have the similar kind of heading, but the content would be as minimal, but the important content would come in the synopsis. So when you write a title for the protocol, the title has to be complete, the title has to be non-ambiguous, the title has to be relevant, the title has to be giving all the information, necessary information. For example, this title is from one of the published studies in one of the journals. And this title could have been revised because there are some acronyms given here. There is no study design given. There is no maybe something are lacking. And good title, again, another title which is not so good is this title, because this also doesn't tell me what is the study design, what is the type of patient population that is going to be included. So if you want to have the good title, remember acronym called as PCOT. The title should have the population, intervention, comparison, outcomes, and the type of study. So some places you will find the PCOT acronym, some places you will find PICO-ST acronym. So what is PICO-ST is population, intervention, comparator, outcome, and ST stand for study design and time frame. This also would be useful when you are reviewing somebody's protocol or when you are reviewing the publication which is come for the peer review. One of the good titles would be which follows the criteria called as PCOT. So efficacy and safety of rabeprazole plus etopride in peptic ulcer disease, a randomized placebo-controlled multicentric trial in Indian patients. So this gives a complete idea about what the research is, and this could be a good title. Another good title which takes about covers the components of PCOT. It talks about what is the intervention, what are the patient, what is the patient population, what is the study design. So remember, title should adhere to the PCOT principle. Then comes the introduction. Basically, introduction should justify what is the need for conducting this research. And when I talk about what is the need, you have to give a background of that particular disease. What is the existing burden of the disease? What are the solutions available to take care of that burden? And finally, how you are going to overcome that burden should be component of the introduction. So if you see the introduction on one of the protocol that I saw here, introduction is about maybe 2 or 3 pages talking about the background, the burden, the solution, and the rationale for conducting this trial. So you have to justify why the need, why there is a need for conducting the research. Then comes the methodology. I think this is one of the most important aspects of the protocol. You should have the objectives. Now, depending upon your objective, you may have the separate primary and secondary objectives, or sometimes you might have just one objective where there is no secondary objective, but you have to clearly define what is the primary objective and what is the secondary objective. Then evaluation criteria, outcome parameters, the inclusion and exclusion criteria, that also becomes important. So remember, when you have objective, say for example, you have primary objective, To achieve that primary objective, there has to be some endpoint. Now, if you have one primary objective, you should have at least one endpoint. There might be multiple endpoints, but at least one endpoint for every objective that should be there in the methodology. Then trial design, and as I spoke about some of the designs like randomized trials or the observational studies or the case control studies or the cross-sectional studies, that kind of design, you have to specifically mention which kind of study design you're going to follow in your research. So basically, research design has to be described in terms of the design and the type of study. And also, there are some designs which have inherent bias. Now, what are the measures that you're going to take to overcome those bias? If you can write some measures taken to minimize those bias, that will help us to understand that the researcher knows the biases and researcher has taken effort to minimize those biases. Um, would be difficult to go into all the types of design, but generally the studies are prospective or maybe retrospective. They might be descriptive in nature or they might be analytical in nature. When they are observational in nature, they could be cross-sectional, cohort, case control. You have to specify what kind of study design you're following. If your study is a randomized trial, then you have to specifically mention that it's a randomized trial and you have to talk about what kind of randomization is going to be done and how this randomization will be done. That is the essential aspect if it is the randomized trial. Again, I would not go into simple randomization, permuted randomization, stratified randomization, even adaptive randomization. But you have to remember that when your study is randomized, you have to specify that it's randomized study and you have to mention that how randomization is going to be done. In addition, if it is a randomized and blinded study, then you have to mention whether it's a single blind, whether it's a double blind, or sometimes it could be a triple blind. And importantly, you have to distinguish between the blinding and the allocation concealment. You have to mention separately what is the method for doing allocation concealment and how the blinding will be done. In addition, if it is a RCT, then you have to mention whether it's a superiority design or whether it's a non-inferiority design or whether it's a equivalence design. Again, I won't go into the superiority, non-inferiority, equivalence study design, but essentially, you should be very thorough in terms of what is your study design and whether if it's a RCT, then blinding, allocation concealment, and if it is the randomized trial, whether it's a superiority randomized, whether it's a non-inferiority randomized, or whether it's an equivalence study. Now, the inclusion and exclusion criteria and also the withdrawal criteria. So this is called as the eligibility criteria. Which patient or what group of people are going to come in your study? Those are the inclusion, and they should be also exclusion criteria. Inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria, they should be mutually exclusive. When you say male patients are included in the study, obviously it is understood that the females are excluded. But in the exclusion, you should mention which male patients or who are those male people who would not come in your study. That is what is called as the exclusion criteria. And also, when the patient would be withdrawn from the study, that has to be explicitly mentioned in the protocol. In case your study is going to involve the vulnerable population, then you have to specifically mention what is the need for including the vulnerable population. As far as possible, vulnerable population should be avoided from the trials or the research. But if there is no other alternative and you have to include those vulnerable population, then you have to justify what is the need for including the vulnerable population in the research. Now, when we say vulnerable population, what is the group of people who will fall under the vulnerable population? Pregnant mothers, the infants, elderly population, mentally retarded people, prisoners, students, they can also be called as the vulnerable population, because then your protocol will be having one more scrutiny for what is the need and what are the precautions you're going to take for avoiding unnecessary harm to this vulnerable population. Sample selection is another component. When we have, so there are two components. One is sample selection and one is called a sample size. And there could be two different sessions on how to select a sample and how to calculate the sample size. So basically, sample is nothing but the unit of that particular population which is going to be part of your research. How you going to select who would be part of your research is what is the sample selection. And there are different methods of sample selection, like probability sampling or the non-probability sampling. Uh, Sample we have to take because obviously there is a resource constraint, there is a workload. So we don't take the whole population. Ideally, whole population would be good, but because of the constraint related to resources and the workload, we might not be able to take the whole population in the research, and that's why we have to take the sample. And when we are taking sample, we need to know what is the target population, what is the sampling frame, and finally, then from that particular sampling frame, we're going to take the sample. Multiple factors will be involved in selecting the sample. Uh, by and large, we should know what is the sampling method. Is it a probability sampling method that you're going to select, or non-probability sampling method? And if it is a probability or non-probability, in that probability or non-probability, what is the specific method that you're going to use for selecting the sample? Then methodology in detail, like for example, how and which type of data is going to be, data is the plural word, sorry for that. What data are you going to collect? uh, what is the intended intervention in terms of what is the dose, what is the route, what is the duration, and all the details in case it is an invasive procedure, because every step should be known to the researcher, the ethics committee, the approvers. Everybody should know the methodology in detail. And as I spoke about blinding, it should be mentioned. Dosing, packaging, labeling, accountability for the investigational product, maintenance of the study treatment, randomization code. If you're using placebo, then you have to justify what is the need for placebo and how this placebo is going to be prepared. uh, then in case the subject is going to be withdrawn from the study, then how and when the patients are expected to be withdrawn, what is the type and timing of the data that you're going to collect for those people who are withdrawn from the study. If the people are withdrawn from the study certain number, are you going to replace them? If you're going to replace them, how are you going to replace them, and how are you going to follow up them? Assessment of efficacy, as I told you that you have an objective, and for that objective you have the assessment parameter. If the objective is to have the efficacy, then how are you going to assess the efficacy? If objective is to evaluate the safety, then what are the assessment parameters for safety? They need to be mentioned. Then in case patient has injury or the risk in the research, how that is going to be managed and how that is going to be compensated. ICMR has beautifully given the categories of the proposal based on the risk, and they're categorized into 5 types: less than minimal risk, minor, increase over the minimal risk, which is also called as a low risk, and the high risk. This is useful for the ethics committees to categorize the protocol and review them accordingly. Compensation, again, the component has to be there in the protocol, ancillary care, and the duration of study. Statistical analysis, before you write the proposal and you submit it to ethics committee, consult the qualified statistician for two reasons. Number one is the sample size calculation, and number two is what kind of analysis you're going to do based on your objective evaluation parameter and the study design. For which you have to consult a statistician, and there could be a separate session on the statistical analysis. Uh, which kind of statistical test you're going to use. I could have spoken about this, but in the interest of time, I would not go into how to select a statistical test. But there are beautiful presentations and the resources available to know what kind of statistical test would be applicable for your objective and your research. Ethical consideration, basically two important ethical considerations. None of the research, clinical research, can be conducted before taking the ethics committee approval. And if appropriate, you have to take the approval from the CDSU only if it is the trial on a new drug. And second ethical consideration is the consent from the study participants. So informed consent, and again, there are different types of patterns. Like there is a written informed consent, there is a verbal consent, there is a implied consent, there is an assent in case of a child. So depending upon your research, depending upon the subject population, you have to make sure that you have the consent, appropriate format of the consent has been taken. Confidentiality, it goes without saying that you have to mention that the data would be private, kept private and confidential, and it would not be revealed to anybody except as per the regulations for those whom it can be revealed. Direct access to source document. Who are these people who can get access to source document has to be mentioned in the protocol. Like for example, ethics committees, regulatory inspection. Those are the people who can have the access to the source documents also. Uh, Mention about the storage and maintenance. Plan of publication also has to be mentioned, who where the article is going to be published and what is the plan for publication. Some amount of information related to quality control, quality assurance, what are the procedures going to be used, In case there are protocol amendments, clear description of those amendment has to be mentioned. Finally, last 5 minutes, I'll speak about the last component of my presentation, which is the investigator's brochure. Now, investigator brochure is a very important another piece of document which is very useful for the clinical trials, especially during the R&D. That is when the drug is going to be developed and is going to be going from different phases, right? From the preclinical research to the clinical research, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and phase 4. Especially those regulatory trials would need the investigator brochure. So, what is investigator brochure? Basically, it's a living document. When I say living document, anything that happens during the process gets updated in this document, and that's why it's called as a living document. Now, this document summarizes all the relevant information, whether it's a clinical information or it's a non-clinical information about that particular investigational product. And this investigational brochure is important for the new drugs and for the clinical trials on the new drug, because when the drug is new, most of the data is unknown to a lot of people, including the investigator. So if investigator wants to know about that particular product, the investigator brochure becomes a very relevant and useful document to understand what are the risks, what are the benefits, what are the precautions they need to be taken during the study. This has to be updated, and it gets updated by the sponsor. Sponsor updates this based on the new information when it becomes available. So what are the essential components of the investigator brochure? Basically, investigator brochures tells you about the physical and the chemical properties of that particular investigational product. It gives you all the information available on the non-clinical studies for that particular new drug or the investigational new product. The studies and the research that has been published or unpublished, so data on file, everything related to that investigational product, including the data on the humans, safety information, and as well as the it's a guidance document for the investigator apart from the protocol. So finally, to summarize, within the given limited amount of time of 45 minutes, I would say that the protocol is an essential document in the clinical research. It's a legal document, so spend as much as time possible to write the protocol, because whatever has been written in the protocol has to be followed, and that's why it becomes an essential document. Protocol is a document which is required for the institutional ethics committee review as well as approval. Protocol, although it's a document, it still can be a living document. It still can be amended because of different reasons, and the amendments could be a simple amendment like an administrative amendment, or it could be a real major amendment like a study procedure amendment or a safety amendment. So this can be amended, and amended version also need to be submitted to the ethics committee, and as appropriate, the permission or maybe information to ethics committee should be given. With that, with this, I thank all of you once again. I thank Dr. Shafi sir for inviting me for this session, and I thank Dr. Zubair also for giving the introduction and having me here. So, with this, I thank you once again. I stop my presentations here. So, thank you so much. Dr. Zubair, you are not audible. I think you're muted.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Uh, Indeed, it was a very deep topic, and you have shown obviously your expertise by covering it up in a very less time. I request Dr. Shafi sir to kindly present a memento, and this memento will reach you soon, as we will send it by the speed post or some courier services. Uh, Dr. Shafi sir, kindly present memento to Dr. Anand.
Sir, thank you very much for your timely support and a very nice presentation. In future also, we will plan some activities with you. Now you have become the speaker for our faculty for our elite group. So whenever we find new and good faculty, we include them in our group, and we plan accordingly according to our faculties also. So thank you very much, and see you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
So, so moving to our next talk, as a very permanent and always supporting faculty, Dr. Trupti Burulkar Madam is there. He is MBBS, DCH, MD, and many other qualifications Madam is having. With over 25 years of experience as a pediatrician and child adolescent counselor, her areas of interest are centered on emotional, psychological, and mental well being of children. Alongside clinical practice, she is actively engaged in various social initiatives, conducting workshops, seminars, conferences, and lectures that address pressing health and community issues focused on women and child health. With her literature expertise, many articles aimed at raising awareness and educating the public on the important healthcare topics are published in various regional, national, and international forums that she have written. She has 5 to 6 literature books and 4 medical books on her name. In healthcare administration, she has taken a key leadership role managing the operations of a hospital and medical colleges, ensuring the highest standards of patient care and health education. In the field of medical education, since 2018, she has been actively involved in curriculum, student welfare, and research activities. She has played significant administrative roles in different medical colleges in various capacities. Currently, she is Associate Professor and Pediatric Consultant at Symbiosis Medical College for Women at Pune, along with administrative portfolios. She is leading her career with a focus on improving health education system, ensuring quality care, and fostering the next generation for medical professionals. I would like to call upon Dr. Tripti Budulkar Madam for her talk on Introduction to Health Research Ethics, Principle of Ethics. Madam, I'm stopping my screen sharing. You can please share your screen.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Zubair, for kind words. And I thank you. Just a minute, I will share. Is it visible?
No, madam.
Now it's able.
Yes, madam, it is visible. You can shift to slide share mode.
Slide share, right.
Yes, it is visible now,
just
madam.
A minute, just a minute. 8 minutes, huh?
Yeah.
Just want to minimize. My screening is, I think it is paused. Is it visible now?
Yes, madam, it is visible. If you want to, you can change the slide if you want to check.
Just a minute. Making window right now. Now my screen is visible.
Yes.
It is not visible to me. Okay. So first of all, I thank you, IMSR, where I started my academic journey, and Dr. Shafi sir, who is a founder for Elite Education and Welfare Society, for giving me opportunity. So we'll start. Just on a lighter note, I want screen share is paused. I'm getting that message.
Madam, you can stop sharing. Yeah.
It is visible now. First slide is visible. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Then next we will see. So Just on a lighter note, today morning, Dr. Shafi sir texted me and called me because I have not seen that WhatsApp message. He told me that Dr. Anand Patil sir, because he is busy, he want to shift his lecture as the first, and he checked my engagement if I am able to do after 10, 15 or something like that. So he took my consent. And we respect everyone. So he respected my time, he respected my engagement, he respected Dr. Anand Patil sir's engagement. And this is how it happens in medical field, in our field. So every day to day, we are taking as ethic as our part of this service profession. So ethics and best practices are not new to us. Now we will focus what is health research ethics and why it is needed. So next. So what is health research? Health research ethics is application of moral principles to the design, conduct, and reporting of research involving human participants. So importance in medical advancement. Ethical research is fundamental to generating reliable and trustworthy evidence that drives medical progress and improves patient care. Understanding and adhering to ethical principles is crucial for medical doctors, whether they are directly involved in conducting research, referring patients to studies, or utilizing research findings in their clinical practice. As medical professional, one may encounter situations where one's responsibility to patient and the pursuit of knowledge might sometimes conflict. Ethical principles provide a framework for navigating these complexities. So, next slide. So, just definition, a branch of ethics that evaluates the moral acceptability of conduct in health research involving human participants. So, ethics is knowing the difference between what you have a right to do and what is right to do, as rightly said by Otter Stewart. So, what's its purpose? It protects participants. It ensures research integrity, promote response. Someone said, I'm not audible. Is it so? Dr. Zubair, I'm audible?
Yes, yes, madam, you are audible to me.
Yeah. Someone texted.
Yeah, you are audible to me. But if it is convenient for you, you can start the slide sharing actually. What we can see is a direct PPT mode of yours.
That is, I think that is better for me because it is
Okay. No problem, madam. Then okay, no.
Or can you share from your end?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. Is this
Yeah,
okay?
this is okay, madam. If you are comfortable, it is okay. Yes, ma'am.
So protect participants, ensure research integrity, promote responsible conduct. So the importance is it prevents exploitation and harm, builds public trust, and ensures data validity and scientific reliability. That is again very important for both. So we will go through some historical examples where ethical boundaries were crossed and leading to significant harm. These instances highlight why a strong ethical committee or support or framework is needed. So what are the historical cases? Nuremberg Code, 1947. It emerged after Nazi experiments during World War II. This introduced the concept of voluntary informed consent. The voluntary consent of human subject is absolutely essential. Then comes the Tuskegee syphilis study, which was conducted in USA between 1932 to 72. So African American men were denied treatment for syphilis. It highlighted the need for transparency, justice, and oversight. So overall observation supervision was needed because African men were denied treatment, then the women and the children who had congenital syphilis were suffered. Then comes the Declaration of Helsinki in 1964, which is updated multiple times as the times goes and the demands and the need were different time period. It set the international ethical standards for research involving human subjects, emphasized informed consent, independent review, and scientific justification. So, medical progress is based on research that ultimately must rest in part on experimentation involving human subjects. Belmont Report 1979, a foundational document in US research ethics that outlines three core principles: respect for persons, beneficence, and justice. CIOMS guidelines, that is Council for International Organization of Medical Sciences, it developed in collaboration with WHO. These guidelines provide a global ethical framework, especially the research in low resource setting. They emphasizes community engagement, informed consent, and protection of vulnerable population. We have seen in Dr. Patil's presentation about vulnerable population. Then our own guidelines about good clinical practices, which came into 2001, though we were following it, were documented. So it issued by CDSO, and these guidelines ensure ethical and scientific quality in ethical clinical trial, or sorry, in clinical trials in India. They stress participant safety, informed consent, and independent ethic committee oversight. So this is a pictorial presentation that ethical principles in health research. So what are they? And we will see. So first is respect for person. So autonomy, these principles recognize the inherent worth and dignity of every individual and their right to make their own informed decision. In research, this translates to ensuring that the participation is voluntary and based on clear understanding of what the study involves. Informed consent, a cornerstone of respect for persons, is informed consent. This is more than just a signature on a form. It involves providing potential participants with all relevant information about the disease. What is its purpose, what are the procedures, what are the potential risks, what is the benefit, and any other alternative. They must comprehend this information and then freely decide whether or not to participate without any pressure. And again, protection of vulnerable population. Certain groups like children, women, and we can say prisoners, students, the people who are with cognitive impairment, these people need to be protected. So it must, regarding informed consent, it must be voluntary, competent, based on adequate understanding, and must include information about purpose, procedure, risks, benefits, and right to withdraw. Again, very important. So as rightly Nelson Mandela has told, to deny people their human rights is to challenge their very right. So this is a hidden risk case. A scenario will take just a pharmaceutical company conducts a trial in rural Indian community. The consent form is in English and participants don't understand the risk and sign out of trust in the local document. So what discussion can be? So because of time lag, we won't discuss much, but the thing is, was informed consent truly valid? Is it that every participant was knowing about the risk and before signing? How should be language and literacy to be addressed in such scenarios? What responsibilities does the physician researcher have? So every point we have to take care for this. So the next thing is, the next ethical principle is beneficence. So it's an obligation to maximize benefit and minimize the harm. So that is again a very important thing. So it means the acting in the best interest of others. In research, this implies designing studies that aim to produce valuable knowledge and potential benefit for participants or society as a whole. The research should have a very clear scientific and the potential to contribute meaningfully to the medical understanding. Risk benefit assessment should be done. Ethical research requires a careful evaluation of the potential risk to participants against the anticipated benefits. This assessment should demonstrate that the potential benefits outweigh the risk. One need to consider various types of risk: physical, psychological, social, and economic, and should take the steps to minimize this such things. It is very much needed for that. Then the next is non-maleficence. So non-lossing. First, do no harm. That is our Hippocratic oath. Avoid physical, psychological, social harm. Extra precautions are needed when risks are unavoidable. Example, if a study may cause discomfort, ensure robust monitoring and participant support. So I saw that for more than so no balance, and we have to take care of every participants, every aspect, and we have to protect the participants' dignity, participants' physical, psychological, and social well-being. We have to take care of that. Then the fourth one is justice. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, as rightly said by Martin Luther King Jr. Fair distribution of research benefits and burdens is needed. No group should be unfairly burdened or excluded from potential benefits. For example, avoid testing a drug only in a low income countries while benefiting high income markets. This is absolutely a no thing for doing research. So justice has to be there. Benefit, equitable distribution of benefits should be there. This includes ensuring access to any effective intervention developed through research also. And we should not disproportionately include or exclude certain population without a sound ethical rationale. That is absolutely new. And then the fifth one is confidentiality and privacy. Researchers must protect personal and health information, use coding and anonymization wherever possible. Secure data and storage and access control are mandatory. Privacy is not something that I am merely entitled to. It's an absolute need. That is mandatory. And it's really much needed when we consider humans as subject. Then comes how these principles apply in medical research. So clinical trials, informed consent is paramount when testing new treatment. We must clearly explain the experimental nature of the intervention. So this is experimental study we have to mention, and the potential side effects and the availability of alternative treatment. This is again a must thing. We shouldn't just say, this is the treatment, even if it is in experimental stage, let us try, it will benefit you. No, there are alternative treatments. You have to take an informed call on this. You have to give a consent for this with knowing all these alternative treatment plans. The selection of participants for treatment and control groups must be fair and scientifically justified. We have to take care when there is even only observational studies. Few studies, they don't require direct interventions. Still, we have to maintain privacy and confidentiality of participants. It should be voluntary, and we need to minimize any distress that may arise from data collection only. So genetic research, again, it is a field where we need to be very careful. Genetic research raises a unique ethical consideration like informed consent for genetic testing, the potential for discrimination based on genetic information, the need for robust data security and privacy measures. So research using biological samples, again, we have to be very vigilant. When using biological samples for research, we need just a minute. I think I'm just adding, based on genetic information and the need for robust data security, we have to take care when biological samples are used. The sample should be anonymized or de-identified to protect the privacy of individuals. Then ethical dilemmas. In practice, we will encounter complex ethical dilemmas. For instance, how do we balance the potential benefit of a study with the risk to vulnerable participants? How do we manage potential conflicts of interest, such as financial incentives for enrolling patients in a study? These types of challenging situations we will be facing, and we need a strong understanding of ethical principles which make for a sound decisions. So, health professionals and ethical responsibility is more important because of dual role of physician and researcher. We are clinicians, so our duty is to care for patients' health. And as a researcher, our duty is to generate generalizable knowledge. So it should be generalizable. It's not specific for one specific person. So conflicts must be ethically managed. Patients should feel forced into participating, not forced. A doctor should not only be a good physician, but also a good human. That is one saying which applies when you are working as a clinician plus researcher. So practical ethical duties are informed consent again, which is very important because power without accountability leads to tyranny. So informed consent will go like participant approach, information provided, questions answer, voluntary agreement, signed form, and again, very important thing, right to withdraw. It is needed. We have to keep into mind that thing. In the scientific integrity, honest reporting, no data manipulation is needed. We have to adhere to guidelines for authorship, publication, and disclose conflicts of interest like funding from a pharmaceutical company. Ethics committees, institutional ethics committees should oversight the overall research proposal and the process. We have to assess risk benefit, maintain the risk benefit balance. Approval should be legal, ethical before starting in uh, human participation research. So we'll just see one case. The researcher uses patient record from a hospital to analyze trained in disease outcomes. No prior consent was taken for secondary use data. So discussion prompts here are, what are the data privacy concerns? Would anonymization solve the issue? What approvals we need? So we have to take into consideration these things because these are very important. Then comes the next is volunteers in a low income area are paid relatively high incentives to join a trial for a new TB drug. The treatments is experimental and side effects are unknown. So discussion prompts are, is the payment ethically justified or is it a force करके दे रहे हैं या justifiable है? What is undue inducement? How can justice be upheld in participation recruitment? So this is again a need. We have to consider all such factors and then we have to do research where the human participants are a part of that research. So what are modern challenges in ethical in research? So global health research. Ethic must be as global as the science itself. This is the line in the Bioethics Declaration by UNESCO. Ethical standards must be maintained globally. Avoid ethics dumping. Conducting research in low regulation settings without proper safeguards. It's very easy, but it is not ethical and it is testing. The example is like testing experimental drugs in vulnerable countries without long-term healthcare plans. टेस्ट किया बाद में लोगों को छोड़ दिया. This is not allowed. This shouldn't happen. Big data and AI. We just because we can doesn't mean we should. This is line from Jurassic Park. So if we are able to do because of our higher cognitive level, because of our power, because of our mindset, we shouldn't do that. Ethical challenges around data privacy, its ownership, algorithm biases, consent for using the secondary data, we have to take into account even if AI and technology is holding us, is hand holding us in a good way, we have to take care of that. So community engagement, nothing about us without us. This is a ethical slogan of disability group, but it applies to each and every research study where the humans are involved. Involve communities in decision making. We have to involve communities right from the beginning. We have to create a bond. We have to explain the procedures, risks, everything we have to inform them. Co-design research projects if needed, share findings and benefits or on a larger generalized society. Build trust and ensure cultural sensitivity that is very much needed. And because of community engagement, this happens. We build trust, we ensure cultural sensitivity, and then again, all the ethical pillars, ethical principle pillars are involved into that. And this is the right, what we can say, right dish for the human research. So, what are the takeaways? Just a recap. Ethics is a foundational to responsible medical and research practice. It's a both. We have to practice with just things, and we have to do research with just things. So, four key principles: autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, and justice are very important. Along with that, confidentiality and privacy. Doctors have unique responsibilities because of their dual role as a clinician and as a researcher. Historical lessons and modern developments. We have historically how the human dignity was challenged, how the human were treated as guinea pigs. We have seen that with the lessons from history and handholding with modern developments, we have to be very vigilant and we have to do research because research is future. That's how the human race has evolved and that's how the healthcare will evolve. So final thought is in science we seek truth. Everyone knows. In ethics we ensure that truth never comes at the cost of dignity. Let your research be not only innovative but also human. So let our advances in knowledge be used to improve human life and not to destroy it, as rightly said by Kennedy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Uh, Thank you, madam. I request Dr. Shafi sir to kindly present memento to Dr. Trupti Borolkar, madam.
Thank you very much, madam. We are very thankful to you for your support. You are always there for us to support us, and you have given us a very good faculty, Dr. Shilpa Gite, for AI in ethical consideration. So we appreciate your support, and we hope that in future also you will help us. So thank you very much for your very nice presentation, principles of ethics and introduction to research. I hope that all participants will take the stimulation from your presentation and they'll start doing research in their career. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So I'll just take here 2 minutes. I request all the delegates to kindly keep your cameras on for attendance, and after that we will proceed to our next talk. So I'll be taking screenshots. It will just take 2 minutes. Please make your cameras on. Yeah.
और मैं अभी भी शिवानी के बारे में कुछ लिख नहीं रही हूँ वो अभी भी बिकॉज ऑफ जितना शिवानी से
All of you, please mute yourself. Please mute yourself.
Okay. So we have done with the attendance taking. Now we'll proceed to our next speaker.
Just 1 minute before I close my
Okay.
audio. It
Yeah.
was because of working timings, I have to check my mails in between. So that's why I couldn't manage to run the screen properly. So I have to take the half, just one part of window. I was checking my emails because 2, 3 programs are going in today in our campus. So I have to be in between. I have to answer at least okay, no, whatever, something in a short. So pardon for me that. Thank you once again.
Thank you, madam. But it was a very beautiful talk, and don't worry about that small window. It is just 1 or 2 mm difference, so it doesn't make much difference. Overall, it was really expertise of you to present. Thank you, madam. So we'll proceed to our next esteemed speaker, Dr. Shruti Chandra, madam. Madam is Associate Professor in Department of Clinical Pharmacology and Therapeutics at MGM Medical College and Research Center, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. She is graduate from King George Medical College, Medical University, Lucknow, with 2 gold medals, 1 silver medal, and certificate of honors in around 14 subjects. She has been a very intelligent student in King George College. She has done her postgraduate from in MD Pharmacology from GSV M Medical College, Kanpur, with honors. She has experience of 11 years of academic teaching. 2 years initially, she has worked as medical advisor at IFCA Laboratories, Mumbai, in international division, and she is having a wide experience in field of research, academics, pharmacovigilance, prescription audit, clinical trials, medical teaching, medical writing, postgraduate medical teaching. She has 22 paper publications in Index Journal and contributed 4 books, chapters in books, and has served as speaker, moderator, judge in many national conferences. She has reviewed many articles. Madam has got awards like Academic Excellence Award by Institute of Scholar Bangalore, Karnataka in 2024, Young Researchers Award by Institute of Scholars Bangalore, Karnataka in July 2023, Merck Serono Award for Best Oral Presentation in a Scientific Session on Cardiovascular Sciences in SICON 2011, Ahilyabai Holkar Adarsh Shikshak Puruskar at Bid, Maharashtra in 2012. She has also done a certificate course in diabetes mellitus and a fellowship in family medicine. And she is life member of Indian Pharmacological Societies and Indian Medical Association, National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics. A very huge and a dynamic profile at such a young age. Madam, I will stop sharing my screen and I request you to start sharing your screen for your talk.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zubair, for such a refreshing and nice introduction.
Thank
So
you,
I'll share my screen.
Yeah.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, madam, we can see your presentation.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Shafi sir and Dr. Zubair sir to consider me for this lecture. So already Tripti ma'am has actually made my job a little bit easy. She has touched upon the guidelines which were there in history. So we will dig upon history a little bit more and try to understand that from where these guidelines are actually evaluated. So my topic for today is evolution of international and national guidelines for research. So I'll be talking in terms of definition of ethics, what is the importance of ethics, and various historical events and developments for the code of ethics. Then I'll focus more on in ICH GCP guidelines, and then we will look upon Indian ICMR guidelines. So what is ethics? So this already have been covered by ma'am, so I'll just touch upon the definition that ethics is a subject that deals with values, principles, beliefs, and opinions. So this is a set of concepts and principles that guide us in determining what behavior helps us or harm us sentinel creatures. So basically, this is a code of behavior you can see. And importance of ethics in terms of health research or clinical research is in planning of research, then promotes the aim of the research, basically safeguarding the subjects. It also ensures the confidentiality and privacy, establish the risk benefit ratio, and build the capability of subject to accept or reject the participation in the study. So there are a lot of various aspects where ethics is required when we are conducting clinical research. So now we will see what are the various historical events and development of the code of ethics. So this is the timeline which already ma'am has told, that the Nuremberg Code, which was launched in 1947, then Declaration of Helsinki 1964, then Belmont Report 1979, then International Guideline of Biomedical Research Involving Subjects, and then comes the ICH in 1990, and then there are revisions of Indian ICH GCP, which is E6R1 and R2. So we will see this in detail. So Nuremberg Code was actually a set of research ethics principle for human experimentation, which was set as a result of subsequent Nuremberg trials, which was happened in Second World War, named as Nazis human experimentation. So basically, the prisoners of the World War, they have conducted a lot of experiments on the prisoners. For example, experiments on twins, freezing experiments of hypothermia, malaria, sulfonamides, electroshock experiments, phosphorus, and high altitude experiment. So I'll just touch upon the sulfonamide experiment and one more. During World War II, 1939 to 1945, the Nazis conducted dangerous, cruel, and unethical medical experiments on people in concentration camps. So what they did is, from about July 1942 to about September 1943, experiments to investigate the effectiveness of sulfonamide was conducted. So the wounds were infected with bacteria and circulation of blood was interrupted by tying blood vessels at both ends. So you can see how cruel this was. And the infection was treated with sulfonamide and other drugs to determine their effectiveness. So this is a photo of a survivor from that camp where they have subjected the experiments, and you can see how badly the wound was infected in those prisoners. Another example of such experiment was experiment on the twins. So they have performed experiments on nearly 1,500 sets of imprisoned twins at Auschwitz, where they have infected them with various diseases and inject the dyes into their eyes and changes the color, and then create conjoined twins by swinging twins each other together, which cause gangrene also. So after this cruel experiments, which was also known as Nazis experiments in our history, there was a trial which was conducted, which was known in our history as Nuremberg trial. So in the city of Bavaria, Germany, the main trial was International Military Tribunal trial, which started on November 2095 and ended on October 1, 1946. After that, there were 12 additional small trials, and these are subsequent Nuremberg trials, which lasted till 1949. So after these, there are many personals who were found guilty for these Nazis experiments, and after these, there was Nuremberg Code, which was formed. So there are various principles of this Nuremberg Code. For example, voluntary consent is essential. So this was the main principle which was focused in this Nuremberg Code. Also, the experiment should be aimed as positive result of the society. It should be based on previous knowledge. An experiment should be avoid events during the trial. Then after this, in history, there is Declaration of Helsinki, which was in 1964. So as we all know about thalidomide. So in 1960, the world was shocked by the thalidomide disaster. What happens was that thalidomide used was pregnant women for morning sickness. So around 2,000 children died because of this drug, and 10,000 children were seriously disabled. Limbs are not developed in the baby, which was called fecomelia. And government authorities were then required to take action and make regulatory arrangements to oversee the testing of the new medicines. So then, this declaration of Helsinki was adopted in 1964 by World Medical Association and General Assembly, which is developed as a set of guidelines to safeguard the right and well-being of the subjects participant in the clinical research. These are the basic principles of declaration of Helsinki. So earlier we saw that informed consent was focused in Nuremberg Code. But here, the main focus was vulnerable groups like pregnant women, lunatics needed special care and protection. And if subject is not getting benefit, then a study should be terminated. Also, a study should be based on previous knowledge and previous animal experiments. You can't just directly start experiment on humans. Then ethics committee should be unbiased and dignity, privacy, confidentiality of the subject should be protected. If risk is more than benefit, then study should be stopped. An informed consent form should be in understandable language of the subject. So these are the basic principles of declaration of Helsinki. So very unfamous event of the history is Tuskegee syphilis study. So we will see this in little bit detail to understand that what exactly happened in America. Between 1932 to 1972, this was a clinical study carried out in USA among black men. Around 600 men were infected with syphilis, out of which test group was 400 and control was 200. So here syphilis in black versus white and how long a human being can live with untreated syphilis also to discover the complications like cardiovascular and diabetic complications such as heart attack, stroke were tested during this study. So these men as a subject in the study were unaware about the syphilis and also they are termed as bad blood while conducting the clinical research. So government offered burial insurance at most $50 to cover the cost of casket and grave. So you can imagine how the men were treated in this study. Also, spinal taps were used by the researcher to get fluid from the spinal cord of the patient. And this study denied the treatment even after standard care of syphilis were available in 1940. So we know that penicillin was discovered in 1940 by Alexander Fleming, which was drug of choice for syphilis. So even after the drug was discovered, they were denied the treatment. So that is the main point which was there in this study. The study was supposed to last 6 months, but it ended up spanning for 40 years. They have seen all the complications. And result of this study was that some of the participants suffered from serious adverse effects like paralysis of limbs, extreme neuronal damage. Some died from the advanced syphilitic lesions. Some men went blind and insane due to advanced syphilis. And also there is infection which is transmitted to their wives and offsprings, those who were participants. So after that, this study was cited as most infamous biomedical research study in US history. So this was a main article in the newspaper from that time. And also the government has issued memorandum to stop this study, and also the president of America has given apology letter for this conduction of this study. And after this, there was Belmont report, which was subjected in 1978. So National Commission for Protection of Human Subjects of Biomedical and Behavior Research following the Tuskegee syphilis study. So Belmont report was created, which summarized ethical principle and guidelines for the research involving human subjects. So there are basically 3 principles in this report. Respect for a person, where an individual should be treated as autonomous agent. Person with diminished autonomy are entitled to protection. And also beneficence, where do not harm and maximize benefit and minimize the risk. Then justice, where equal distribution of burden and benefits to each person, equal share, and to each person according to individual needs, effort contribution, or on merit. So discrimination was not there in this report. So this was the landmark of guidelines of the clinical research in ancient times. Then next is the establishment of CIOMS, which is Council for International Organization of Medical Science. So this is an international non-governmental organization established in 1949 and revised repeatedly in 93, 2002, and 2016. This is founded jointly by WHO and UNESCO, and it emphasizes on protecting the participant rights, promoting equality, respecting cultural diversity, and especially in low and middle income countries. There are various guidelines under this, almost 23 guidelines, which covers in detail how to do research in normal subjects, voluntary consent, and then vulnerable populations. So each guidelines covers each subject in detail. So this was the timeline which we have seen. In 1947, Nuremberg Code. 64 is Declaration of Helsinki. 1979 is Belmont Report. Then 82 is CIOMS. And then 1990 ICH was established. So right now, if you ask which guideline we are following, so ICH GCP, which I'll focus a little bit more. So, International Council for Harmonization of Technical Requirements for Pharmaceutical for Human Use was established in 1990. So, they have issued guidelines for clinical research in human subjects, which was known as GCP, which is Good Clinical Practice. So, ICH GCP is an international ethical and scientific quality standard for designing, conducting, recording, reporting trials that involves the participation of human subjects. So, it was established in June 1996 and revised in 16 and 2023. So we have ICH GCP R1, R2, and R3, which are subsequent amendments and the revisions of the guidelines. Initially, there were 13 core principles, but now there are 11 principles. And ICH GCP guideline on GCP was finalized and adapted. This comprehensive guideline provide unified in standard for European Union, Japan, United States to facilitate the mutual acceptance of clinical trial regulatory authorities in these jurisdictions. So these are the various ICH GCP guidelines, E6R1 in 96, which is the original version. Then E6R2 in 2016, which was revised to include more contemporary practices reflecting changes in clinical trial processes and advancement in technology. Then there was a revision in 2023, which is ICH GCP E6R3. So this guidelines is being developed to develop the good clinical practice and accommodate diverse trial types and data resources in drug regulation and healthcare decision making. So this is the cover page of all the guidelines. So this look like this, and it's a big document which include all the aspects of clinical research. So these are the basic principles of ICH GCP. The clinical trial should be conducted in accordance with the ethical principles, which Madam has explained nicely. Clinical trial participation should be voluntary and based on a consent process, which ensure the participant acceptable representative where applicant is all well informed. Then clinical trials should be subject to an independent review by an IRB and IEC. So according to ICMR, also all the trials which are conducted on human subjects has to be approved by an institutional ethics committee. Then clinical trials should be scientifically sound for their intended purpose and based on adequate and current scientific knowledge and approaches. Then it should be designed and conducted by qualified individuals. And quality should be built into scientific and operational design and conduct of the clinical trial. So quality is throughout maintaining the quality is very important. Then clinical trial processes, measures, and approaches should be implemented in a way that it proportionates to the risk to the participant. So again, risk and benefit, where benefit should be more. It should be described in clear, concise, and scientifically sound and operational feasible protocol. So protocol in detail, Dr. Anand Patil sir has covered that. If you have written the protocol, half of your work is done. So that is why everything should be mentioned and it should be followed, whatever is written in the protocol. Clinical trials should generate reliable results. An investigation product used in clinical trials should be manufactured in accordance to the applicable GMP standards, which is good manufacturing practices, and be managed in according to the product specification and trial protocols. So this is about ICH GCP. So now whatever clinical research we are doing, we are usually following ICH GCP for the conduction of the clinical trial. And now these are about various international guidelines. So now we all know that for India, we have highest institution which is there for health research is ICMR, which is Indian Council of Medical Research. So this is established in 1911 and making it one of the oldest medical research body in India. It operates under Department of Health Research, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. It is one of the premier medical research organization in India and plays a significant role in advancing scientific and medical research with the country. So they have also given guidelines for ethical conduct in clinical research, so which was revised in 1950 and 2006. So these are the various ethical guidelines which were there by the ICMR. So ethical guideline on biomedical research. So first one was in 1980. Then it was revised in 2000, then next in 2006, and now which we are using National Ethical Guideline for Biomedical and Health Involving Human Research is updated into 12 October 2017, which covers in detail all the aspects of clinical trial and clinical research in India. It also gives you a idea about ethical dilemma which you can face while conducting the clinical research. So principles of ICMR. Principle of essentiality, principle of voluntariness means the patient has right to choose whether he want to participate or not. Then informed consent, everything has to be clearly understood by the patient in the understandable language, and community agreement. Then principle of non-exploitation, by any chance the subject should not get any harm. Principle of privacy and confidentiality, where the data about all the information about the patient has to be private and confidential. Then principle of precaution and risk minimization. Principle of professional competence. So investigator has to be trained with all the guidelines which involve the clinical research, and he has to be have the qualification, minimum qualification which is required to conduct the clinical research. Then principle of accountability and transparency. So everything has to be very clear from the sponsor or investigator side. Principle of the maximization of public interest and of distribution of justice. So all the subjects should have all the principles of ethics. Principle of institutional arrangement. So everything, the facilities should be there. Principle of environmental protection. You should not harm the environment in any way. Principle of totality of responsibility. So whatever is happening in a clinical research, there has to be a body where they can held responsible. They have to take responsibility whatever the patient is suffering or patient is having in the clinical trial. And principle of public domain. So these are the various principles of ICMR. Then recently, you know that now artificial intelligence is there in health research, which rapidly transform the health research, offer powerful tool for analyzing vast data sets, accelerate drug discovery, and improve clinical decision making. It also enables the identification of patterns in medical data and prediction of health risk and development of personalized treatment plans. AI also plays a crucial role in streamlining the clinical trial and enhance the patient care. So ICMR has come up with a guideline which is ethical guideline for application of artificial intelligence in biomedical research and healthcare. So earlier there were many questions about these artificial intelligence, whether to use clinical research and how they will be approved. So there is a set of guidelines which were launched by ICMR and established in 2023. So the purpose of these guidelines is to ensure ethical conduct and address emerging ethical challenge in field of artificial intelligence in biomedical research and healthcare. These guidelines are also meant to provide a framework for ethical decision making in medical artificial intelligence during the development, deployment, and adoption of the AI-based solution. So if a clinical research involves artificial intelligence, they has to follow these guidelines, and the approval will be submitted for the ethics committee, and then again the ethics committee will review the protocol and give the approval. So these are all about various international and national guidelines, the evolution of the guidelines, basic principles of the guidelines. So if you are planning to do some research, so you have to follow these guidelines accordingly. And I'll say that if you read these guidelines, each and every aspect of the clinical trial is beautifully mentioned in the guidelines. So these are the various ethical principles of medical artificial intelligence, which were given in the ICMR guidelines. So I would like to conclude my talk on evolution of national and international guidelines with this quote, that it is important to get results from experiments, but the most important is the process in getting that result. So in health research, follow ethical guidelines are the most important thing to protect safety and well-being of the subjects. So everybody has to have a thorough knowledge of these guidelines before initiating a research. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, madam. Uh, Indeed, a very deep topic in a very short span of time. I requested Dr. Shafi sir to kindly present memento to Dr. Shruti Chandra madam for her phenomenal talk.
Thank you very much, madam. It was a very nice talk, and you are always supportive to us, and you are always interested to present the topic. You yourself take the interest and make it interesting and then deliver it. So we are thankful to you for this very nice talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Zubair,
Thank you, madam.
Dr. Zubair.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
I like to mention one thing over here.
Yeah.
That Dr. Aditi, she is
Yeah.
professor and head department of pharmacology, Government Medical College Chamba from Himachal
Okay.
Pradesh. She has
Okay.
joined us with their almost 17 students, 17
Okay.
undergraduate students. They have joined with us for attending this course in ethics and good clinical practices webinar. So I'm very thankful to Dr. Aditi for joining us and letting your students to register and attend this webinar. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Aditi madam. And sir has mentioned you. Indeed, it is a very big motivation and encouragement for us to conduct such effect. May your student get the full benefit of today's session. I would like to share my screen for introducing my guru, my PG guide and pioneer and my mentor, Dr. Deepak Sadashiv Bhosle sir. Sir is professor and head in Department of Pharmacology, MGM Medical College, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. And he is consultant diabetologist at Devgiri Diabetes Center that is located at Kalda Corner in Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, Aurangabad. Sir is a professor since September 2012 till date and working as diabetologist and serving the city since 20 years, 22 years up till now. Sir is also pioneer and head of clinical research unit at MGM Medical College and Hospital, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, and has conducted many national and global clinical trials, actively working in all the segments of the research faculty at RSSGI, Dipsicon, and NCF, PhD, and many more other societies. Sir is life member of ADA, DFC, IPS, and EASD. Sir is a recognized undergraduate and postgraduate examiner. Sir has recognized.
I think we are running short of time. I think I should start.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, a very uh, brief introduction that I have given to you.
Sure.
Sir, you can start sharing your screen.
Yeah. Thank you, Shafi sir, and thank you, Dr. Zubair, for those kind words of introduction. After an excellent presentation by Dr. Shruti, she has, very nicely elaborated all the guidelines related to the clinical trials. So after that, actually, I'll be talking on roles and responsibility of the ethics committee. Is my
Ethics committee.
presentation visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible now. You can shift to slide share view. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, my topic is not much theoretical, but I'm just going to discuss regarding what are the different members that are a part of the ethics committee and what are their responsibilities. So that is what I'm going to discuss in coming 30-35 minutes under the title of roles and responsibility of ethics committee members. So this will be the flow of my talk where I'll be introducing ethics committee, what is ethics committee, what is the composition of ethics committee, then what is the roles and responsibility of the individual members in ethics committee, then how actually record in ethics committee is maintained, then mandatory documentation, then IEC changes as per the NDCT 2019 rules and registration process. So these various things that I'm going to discuss in very brief, because this topic is bit broad, but I will be taking overview as there is no separate lecture mentioned on ethics committee. Hence, I have taken decision to include some basic things also. So before starting, actually, what is ethics basically? So ethics is nothing but systematic study that basically deals with the values, principle, belief, and belief and opinions to conclude what is good and what is bad. So this is basically simple words ethics. So ethics is values, principle, beliefs, and opinions. And based upon that, we conclude whether the thing is good or bad or beneficial or harmful. And while doing clinical research, basically any experiment that we are doing in humans, most important
And
principle that we need to follow, like autonomy, beneficence, non-beneficence, then confidentiality and justice. As sir was saying just now, there are some undergraduate students who have joined this program. So I guess actually they should know what is autonomy. Basically, this five principle of ethics, which we need to reinforce again and again during the just a minute. So we need to reinforce this principle in clinical trials or clinical research in day-to-day practice. Now, what is the meaning of these five wordings? Just a moment. So, what is the meaning of these five words? Now, first word is autonomy. Autonomy means a right to decide. Suppose any patient who is participating in clinical trial, a right to remain in clinical trial, or right to go out of the clinical trial remains with the subject or patient. If it is conducted on normal, healthy volunteers, we call them as a subject, and if it is a patient of some disease, we call them as a patients. So, right remains with the patient to be a part of study or not to be a part of the study, or in between. Actually, if that particular patient wants to leave the study, they can leave it. Then second principle of ethics is the beneficence, basically. So beneficence means whenever you are taking any subject or patient in clinical research or clinical trial, so our basic aim should give him maximum benefit. Remember, whenever we are taking patients in a clinical trial or clinical research, basically our basic aim should be to give maximum benefit and minimum risk or minimum harm to the patient. So of course, we are dealing with the drug trial, and we know once we are giving the drugs, we are taking the risk, and every drug has potential to cause some or other form of the adverse event. But our basic aim, based upon the knowledge of previous phases or knowledge of preclinical studies, we should give maximum benefit and minimum risk to a patient. The third important principle is null malfeasance. Basically, meaning of null malfeasance is do no harm. The simple meaning is do no harm. So that basic principle you need to follow in clinical trial. Another principle is confidentiality. Confidentiality is very important. So whatever actually data that you are capturing related to that person's health, remember, you need to maintain confidentiality related to that particular data, which is very important. And the last principle is justice. Justice is nothing but fairness in research. In simple words, for undergraduate students, I will tell it is a fairness in the research. I mean, selection of a patient, randomization of the patient, treating patient. I mean, in simple word, treating patient individuality, and they should have actually there should be equality. There should be equality among all the subjects who are participating in clinical trial. So we have studied what is ethics basically related to, ethics is nothing but the values of principle, belief and opinion. So that we have studied. So for actually keeping watch on all these principles, we need actually ethical conduct of the clinical research. And to monitor that ethical conduct of a clinical research, we need ethics committee. So what is this ethics committee? We'll see in subsequent slide. But before that, what is ethics committee in other parts of the world that we will see? So IRB in USA, it is the Institutional Review Board. REB, that is Research Ethics Board in Canada, and Research and Ethics Committee in UK, and Medical Research Ethics Committee in Netherlands, and Committee the Protection des Personnes is in France, and Human Research Ethics Committee in Australia. So these are the different names of ethics committee across the different part of the world. So how ethics committee is defined? Basically, ICH GCP 1.31 says regarding ethics committee that it is an independent body constituted of medical, scientific, and non-scientific members. These three words, they are very important. This is a committee constituted with medical, scientific, and non-scientific member whose responsibility is to ensure the protection of the right, safety, and well-being of the patients. You will come across this word hundred of time in my talk. Basically, protection of right, safety, and well-being of the human subject involved in clinical trial, and by among other things, reviewing, approving, and providing continuous review of trial protocol and amendments, and whatever alteration in methods and material that happens over the period of time. So that also that is also considered by the ethics committee. And most importantly, remember, documenting the informed consent of the trial subject is very important. So these are the components of the definition of ethics committee. It is a committee which constitutes the medical, scientific, and non-scientific member. Basic role is the protection of the right, safety, and well-being of the person. And in addition to that, remember, ethics committee is performing a lot of other functions like reviewing, approving, and providing continuous review of the trial protocol. And definitely it is also considering the various kinds of amendments that are happening, and most importantly, as I told, documenting the informed consent. Then what ICMR says about the ethics committee, it is a mandatory that all proposal on biomedical research involving human subject should be cleared by an appropriately constituted institutional ethics committee. Appropriately constituted ethics committee. So I guess actually there are a lot of institute across India where they are having actually two different kinds of the ethics committee. One ethics committee which is not registered under DCGI or Drug Control Government of India on Sugam portal, and they are using it for the academic purpose. But those institute which are dealing with the human subjects and in clinical trial, basically, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, different phases of the clinical trial. So I think it is very important to get their ethics committee registered under Sugam portal. Then institutional ethics committee to safeguard and welfare the right and safety of well-being of the patient. Purpose of institutional ethics committee is again a protection of the right, safety, and well-being of the human subject involved in clinical trial. Now, what are the roles and responsibilities? We have defined ethics committee. Now, what is the roles and responsibility of the institutional ethics committee? Is writing and maintaining the ethics committee SOP. Now, whenever any committee is there, we are having composition of that particular committee, which is actually prepared by an institute. Remember, that is the most important document. Remember, then there are minutes of meeting, then there are, agenda of that different trials. So whatever happening in that particular meeting, that need to be captured, and that need to be captured in a systematic way. Now, how you are going to capture that in a systematic way? That you can do by having a SOP. Remember, ethics committee should have their own standard operating procedure, which is very important. And second important function, we already discussed, right, safety, and well-being of the subject. Then ethics committee reviews the proposal trial within a stipulated time frame. They gives actually particular time frame depending upon kind of proposal is coming, whether it is an expedited proposal or routine proposal. So depending on that actually time frame which is mentioned in the standard operating procedure need to be followed. Then document the views of trial in writing. Continue review of each ongoing trial at least once in a year, which is very important. And remember, not only for the clinical trial, but also for the different kinds of research which our postgraduate students they are doing in institute. Remember, ethics committee has right to actually go through the documentation of your trial at least once in a year. And if they found actually some irregularities, they have right to terminate your study as well. Then advise on all aspects of welfare, safety of participants to the researchers. Then ensure that all the trial information and information regarding payment to the subject is included in written ICF, which is very important. Now, for clinical trial purpose, we are giving some subject remuneration for their travel allowances, or maybe some money is paid to the subject, especially for phase 1 clinical trial. So that there are criteria for that. I'm not going to go in detail for that, but whether those amount is paid to the patient or not, which is mentioned in the SOP, to assess that is also responsibility of the ethics committee. Only member participating in the institutional ethics committee review all allowed to vote, provide an opinion about the special trial. Remember, whenever we are having ethics committee meeting, remember only member who are present at the time of review are having right to vote for that particular protocol, whereas those members who are absent and not present at the time of meeting, they don't have right to vote. Then should function according to the written SOP. We already discussed. Maintain various records. I think what is the different agenda that we are preparing? What are the different protocols that are presented? Timeline for protocol. Then the agenda, then the minutes of meeting that we are doing, then attendance of the member. So these all things they need to be documented. Then comply with GCP and other applicable regulatory requirement depending upon the study. Then initial and continuing review of the trial, determine the frequency as well. So these all things. I think minimally once in a month we are conducting a ethics committee meeting, so as to actually smooth functioning. Otherwise, actually, if you are having more number of protocol which need to be approved from particular institute, there are institute actually where 2-3 medical colleges they are clubbed together, or maybe different medical institutes they are clubbed together. They are having actually 2, 3, 4 ethical committees in their institute, so that work can be distributed across. Now, this is the composition of ethics committee, which basically lasts for 5 years. So there is a chairperson and member secretary who are the key persons in the ethics committee. Then 1 or 2 basic medical scientists, 1 or 2 clinicians from various institutes, then 1 legal expert or actually retired judge, 1 social scientist, 1 philosopher, then ethicist or theologian having knowledge about the religion, then 1 lay person. So this is basically a composition of ethics committee. Now we'll see one by one actually what are the different persons which are there in the ethics committee and what is the roles and responsibility. Now, chairperson or vice chairperson. Basically, most of the time in our ethics committee, we are having chairperson and vice chairperson. There is no designated post chairperson mentioned as such, but we have created it for the just convenience, because in case chairperson is absent, we can make vice chairperson and conduct the meeting. Now, the most important thing about the chairperson is he should not be affiliated with the institute where ethics committee is constituted. I think the first bottom line that one should remember, a well-respected person from any background with prior experience of having served as an ethics committee member or member secretary of ethics committee or chairperson of ethics committee. In 3 capacities, actually, if he has an experience, basically, he can work as a chairperson of the ethics committee. But most important thing is he should be well-respected person from any background and having experience. Preferably in our institute, we prefer the person who is having some knowledge about the medical background. So they will be preferred basically. Then roles and requirements ensures the independent and efficient functioning of the committee. So I think the major role or the major person in ethics committee is the chairperson. Remember, the all rights remains with the chairperson, is the key person. And remember, he has been involved in independent and efficient functioning of the ethics committee. then he is responsible for conduct of ethics committee meeting along he will be taking support of member secretary, but he is responsible for smooth conduct of ethics committee, ensure active participation of all members. Remember what happened, basically we see quite a lot time actually other members, they are not actively participating in the ethics committee meeting. So for that actually it is the responsibility of the chairperson to educate those people and to motivate those people to take active participation in decision making in any protocol in clinical trial. Then active participation of all members, particularly non-affiliated, non-medical or non-technical person, because those are the people not having adequate knowledge about the protocol. Then seek conflict of interest declaration from the members is very important. See, for an example, I am presenting a protocol in our ethics committee and if I am a member of, if I am a member of ethics committee, remember this conflict I need to declare initially when I actually submit my protocol for approval from the ethics committee. So there are no permission to attend the meeting, or I'm not having permission to vote during the approval of the protocol. Then ensure quorum and fair decision making is responsibility of the chairperson. Then second key person, I think the most busy person, or actually I think he is the person at the shooting end of co-investigator or investigator always. And that's why I always say member secretary should have best of the best communication skill. And second important feature they should have is they should have a patience. So because he is the person who is bombarded by principal investigator, bombarded by sponsors, bombarded by CRO, SMO, whosoever, basically they will be having, actually they are going to get lot of phone calls from the different persons involved in clinical trial. So basically member secretary should be affiliated with the institute, then should have knowledge and experience in clinical research. Preferably, remember, preferably member secretary should be MD pharmacology or maybe MD in medication medicine. So these are the two people. They are preferred because they are having good knowledge about the protocol and other things related to clinical research. And as I told you, good communication skill is very important, and be motivated. Remember, if your member secretary is not be motivated, remember it is going to create a problem. So he need to take active part in meeting. He should support all the members, because see, chairman, job of chairman is to hold the meeting and is responsible for smooth conduct of the meeting. But rest of the part, remember, rest of the part is taken care by the member secretary. Then should be able to devote adequate time. Whosoever with the member secretary, they will have to spend maximum time, which should be protected by the institution. Remember, wherever actually member secretary is from institutional, from the institute, so they need to be given additional leisure time to work for the ethics committee, and they should not be involved in other activities. Then roles and responsibilities: organize an effective and efficient procedure for receiving and preparing the agenda, circulating and maintaining each proposal for review, schedule EC meeting, prepare agenda and minutes of meeting, organize EC documentation, communication and archiving, then ensure training of ethics committee secretariats and EC members. I mean, all the members, they are trained by ICH GCP guidelines. As per the ICH GCP guideline, all members, they need to be educated about the SOP. And as and when there is update in standard operating procedure of ethics committee, we need to, member secretary need to communicate it to the all members. Then ensure adherence to the ethics committee functioning to the SOP. This is again a responsibility of the member secretary. So any deviation from SOP, I think need to be actually documented, and it should not happen rather actually. And because it is the responsibility of the member secretary that 100% they are following the standard operating procedure, which is with the latest update one. Then ensure adherence of EC functioning to the SOP, prepare for respond to the audit and inspections. Now, in current era, there are a lot of audits that are happening from the sponsor, then lot of audits that are happening from the regulators, especially in a site which is high recruiting site, or where the phase one studies they are conducted. They are actually a target basically for the regulators for conduct of various kinds of audits. So I think that also you need to consider. as a responsibility of the member secretary. Then ensure completeness of documentation at the time of receipt and timely receipt. That is very important, because while most important thing is whenever you are getting any document from principal investigator or sponsor or maybe from CRO, SMO, it is the responsibility of the member secretary to check whether that documentation is complete or not, and whether that they have received that documentation in a timely frame or not. Then inclusion in agenda for EC review, then assess the need for expedited review, exemption from the review or full review, whatever it is actually kind of review. So depending upon kind of review, a member secretary need to adjust that particular protocol. Assess the need to obtain prior scientific review, invite an independent consultant if required. Actually, there are some studies conducted where actually any member from the ethics committee, they don't have adequate knowledge, so it is the responsibility of the member secretary and chairperson to call the subject expert, maybe online or maybe physical, and actually take their consultation regarding the ethical issues related to that particular study. So to assess the need to obtain prior scientific review, then invite an independent consultant, patient or community representative, ensure quorum during the meeting, and record discussion and decisions. So these are again important functions which are subserved by the member secretary. Now, basic medical scientist. Now, basic medical scientist, he may be affiliated or may not be affiliated. He's a non-medical or medical person. And if he's medical person, they should be from the basic sciences like anatomy, physiology, biochemistry. So these people, they should come from these particular departments. And if reviewing clinical trial with drugs, preferably pharmacologist. That's the reason actually at least we need to have two basic medical scientists, and there is no mention of who should be the basic medical scientist in CDSCO guidelines, but preferably they mention of having pharmacologist is better thing, because pharmacologist is having good knowledge related to the drug trial and clinical trial, so they can be the best person to address the issues. Then roles and responsibility of the basic medical scientist is is to do scientific and ethical review, then see about the intervention, what kind of intervention it is, what kind of drug it is, what kind of device it is, what kind of surgical intervention it is, and based upon that they evaluate the risk benefit ratio, and depending upon they can decide whether to go or not to go. So that decision that can be taken by basic medical scientist. And also the responsibility of the basic medical scientist is to see the research design, then research methodology, then proper statistical analysis methodology, then continuing review process, the changes in benefit risk ratio. So that is also a responsibility of the basic medical scientist. Then SAE reporting, protocol deviation, protocol violation, progress and completion of reports. So these all things, they are evaluated by the basic medical scientist. Then comes the clinician. Basically, clinician should have minimum qualification MD, MS, or equivalent in any clinical discipline. Now, there is one CDSCO guidelines, because in the past, some of the ethics committee, they were having actually graduate people, that is MBBS people in ethics committee. But in the latest update, basically, they are recommending to have actually MD, MS, or equivalent in any clinical discipline, and should have expertise in clinical trial and patient care, so they can be a part of the clinical trial. So roles and their requirement. I think the clinician's most important role is to assess the risk benefit ratio for study participants, then ensure clinical relevance and safety of the study design, which is very important, then review patient care implications in clinical research, providing insights into the adverse event reporting and management. Most importantly, whatever potential adverse drug reactions which has been seen in the past actually phases of the clinical trial. So in what way actually those adverse events they were managed, and what are the different steps they were taken, that need to be actually discussed, and that role will be played by the clinicians. Then comes the legal expert or lawyer. I think the minimum qualification is lawyer or legal advisor or judge with experience in medical, clinical trial, or human rights law. So these are the three different domains where actually that particular person should have knowledge. Then what is the roles and responsibility of the legal expert or lawyer? they ensure the compliance with Indian regulatory framework, that is the guidelines given by the NDCR rules 2019, ICMR guidelines, ICH-GCP guideline, assess legal and contractual aspects of the clinical trial, like I think the kind of MOU signed or clinical trial agreement signed or the regulatory approval, insurance document, then researchers undertaking, then protocol specific other permissions, then such as a stem cell committee for stem cell research, then HMSC for international collaboration and compliance with the guidelines. So these all things which are related to the regulatory guidelines or having some legal aspects, they will be checked by the legal expert or lawyer, and they are basically responsible for ethical review of proposal and informed consent document, which is very important. So I think apart from the other things that I mentioned for legal expert and lawyer, informed consent document is very important, that is evaluated by the lawyer. Then social scientist, philosopher, ethicist or theologian, minimum qualification. So I think the first important thing, they can be affiliated or non-affiliated, should be an individual with appropriate qualification, training and expertise, be sensitive to local cultural moral values, and can be from an NGO involved in health related activities. But the most important thing is social scientist should have actually local cultural, social and moral values. Knowledge about this thing is very important. So where that person will work in ethics committee, so is responsible for review of the proposal and informed consent document along with the translation. I think the translation, I think the language which patient understand. So that all things that will be reviewed by the social scientist. Then assess impact on community involvement, social cultural context, then religious or philosophical context, if any. Then severe serves as a patients and participants, societal community representative. So this is the basically, I think, roles and responsibility played by the social scientist. So he's basically a person who is supposed to see into the cultural, social, and moral values, whether they are affected by, at any point of the time during conduct of a clinical trial, is the role of this person, and bring in the ethical and social concerns. Then comes the layperson. Basically, the most important thing is layperson should not be affiliated with the institute. Why I am talking of affiliation and non-affiliation? If person is affiliated with the institute, there is likely chance of actually bias. I think there can be a bias in decision. So that's the reason actually the composition should have balance of actually affiliated and non-affiliated person. Can be a teacher, journalist, then NGO worker, or any other community representative. Then roles and responsibility, community interest and protect the participants participation right, ensure informed consent in a easy to understand and fair, then raise concern about exploitation, then the ethical lapses, then provide a non-specific perspective on research protocol. So these are the jobs of the layperson. So I think layperson mostly they are from the, I think, non-affiliated sources. They are not the person who are affiliated to the institute. Then apart from this, meeting of the quorum is very important. So these all are the individuals that we have discussed. At the end was the layperson. Then meeting quorum required minimum 5 members for the quorum. At least one non-affiliated member is very important, and this is the latest update in the guidelines. One member should be non-affiliated, and there has to be balance of technical and non-technical person which need to be maintained. Then at least one non-affiliated member, at least one female member, one lay person. So lay person has to be there in the meeting, and balance of medical, scientific, legal, ethical and community representative need to be maintained before actually approval of the clinical trial protocol. So that's the reason actually minimum 5 members that I mentioned, which will make the balance of medical, scientific, legal, ethical, and community representative. And that is the basically, this is actually how the quorum is fulfilled. Then specify that no deviation, changes in protocol should be done with prior or written IEC permission. It is very important. In meeting, basically, you have to specify that no deviation or changes in protocol should be done with prior written IEC approval. Specify that no trial subject should be enrolled before IEC written approval, and specify that investigators should report any deviation to protocol to IEC to eliminate any immediate harm to the trial subject. Then ADR and ACE that we already discussed. Then certain special circumstances, can a member of ethics committee become a principal investigator? Can a member of ethics committee become a co-investigator? Can a member of ethics committee become a researcher? So these all questions, they are commonly answered. Answer to this question is yes. If a member of EC fits into any of the above criteria, any of the below criteria, he is not allowed to sit for the meeting in view of conflicts of interest. Then he is not allowed to vote if he is related to the study in any way, and he is not allowed to have any suggestion, opinions regarding study methodology. But he can actually be a part of ethics committee member. Then maintenance of record, actually, IEC must retain all important relevant records for at least 5 years after the completion of trial. Now there are different requirements. Some sponsors, they are saying 5 years, some sponsors, they are saying 10 years, and some sponsors, they are saying 15 years, maximum 15 years archival is actually required. So based upon that, basically, but for at least actually it is minimum 5 years. Then what we are basically archiving: written procedure, list of various kinds of documentation, then document various list of the documents submitted is a big list. I'm not going to recollect the names, but all documents, then minutes of meeting. So that's all will be archived for minimum period of 5 years as far as ethics committee is concerned. And for the trial data, remember, archival can be 5 year, 10 year, 15 years. So whatever it is, depending upon the sponsors need accordingly, we are archiving it in archival room. Then make the records available upon request from the regulatories. So that we need to do when we are facing any audit by regulator or sponsor. And IEC can be asked to provide copies of its written procedures and membership list by any auditors. Then documents to be reviewed by IEC. I think there is a big list, but a protocol, patient information sheet, informed consent document, review of vernacular translation of ICF, investigator brochure for information regarding the clinical and non-clinical data of IP, principal investigators CV, then investigators agreement with a sponsor. So these all document, and apart from this, there are many more documents they need to be evaluated by the ethics committee. Study advertisement for participants recruitment or any other written information for the patient for actually, I mean, if you are conducting study in one center, and if you are not getting the adequate number of patient, and you are requesting to other medical colleges from your area to refer that kind of patient, so that referral letter that you are sending it to the different clinicians, so that also you need to communicate to the ethics committee. In addition to this, grants, payments, and insurance documents. So these all documents, they are captured and archived by the institutional ethics committee. So IEC changes as per the NDCT rules 2019. Minimum one woman to be mandatory to be included out of 7. Then preferably 50% external members of the adequate age group and gender, they need to be there. If any changes in constitution, inform basically CLA within 30 days, which is again very important. Then any member not successfully completed training can be disqualified. As initially only I discussed, the most important is all the members, they should be IC and GCP trained. Then EC registration validity increase from 3 to 5 years. Then EC approval, inform to CLA within 15 working days. And if a site doesn't have EC, obtain approval from independent EC. But criteria is actually from wherever you are getting ethics committee approval, that ethics committee has to be within a vicinity of 50 kilometers. Then and then actually approval is valid. So to conclude with my talk, I think we have defined ethics committee is a regulatory body that reviews and approves biomedical research involving human participants, ensuring ethical standards, participant safety, and regulatory compliance. Its a composition include the medical expert, legal professional, the social scientist, ethicist, theologist, community representative. Then basic function is to maintain right safety and well-being of the research participants, review and approve clinical trials, BAB studies, and health research, ensure compliance with ICMR, GCP, and NDCT Rule 2019. And conclusion, IEC plays a crucial role in maintaining research integrity, protecting human subjects, and ensuring compliance with national and international ethical standards. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, you can stop sharing your screen. Yes, thank you, sir. Sir, your camera is off.
It's on. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, sir. All the qualifications of members, requirement of quorum, and everything in detail conducted by Dr. Deepak Bhosle, sir. I request Dr. Shafi sir to kindly present memento to Dr. Deepak Bhosle.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. You are one of the most dynamic and prominent and eminent speaker for Aurangabad and MGM Medical College. We are very happy to have you as a speaker for our Elite CMA Academy. I am very thankful to you, sir, for your very lucid talk. Institutional Ethics Committee is a very important part of institute, and all the members, they play a very important role in decision making. So you have elaborated very nicely the roles of each and every member of institutional ethics committee. So thank you very much for sir, thank you very much, sir, for your talk. Thank you.
Okay, so now we move on to our next speaker. Dr. Rupa Naik, madam. Madam is a professor and head of Department of Pharmacology at Yenapoya Medical College at Mangalore, Karnataka. She is MBBS from MRMC Gulbarga and in the batch 1996. Madam has done her MD Pharmacology from KMC Manipal in 2001. She has teaching experience of over 23 years. She holds the positions of chairperson, IEC of NGMS Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, that is at Mangalore. She is the main nominee of Animal Ethics Committee at the institute around at medical institutes in Mangalore and Dikshan, Kannada district. Madam is coordinator at the medical college under pharmacovigilance program. She is the chairperson and scientific review board at Yenapoya Medical College where she is working. Chairman of the institutional animal ethics committee. She was for the year of 2016 to 21. She has guided 9 MD pharmacology and 3 PhD candidates. She has key interest in medical education and she has several research papers in her credit. She has chaired scientific sessions and various national and international conferences. Madam, I request you to kindly stop your talk. Madam, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you very much.
Yes, madam.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I'll share my screen.
Yes.
And then you can start. Madam, is my screen visible to you?
Yes. Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, madam, you are audible.
So, warm good afternoon to all of you. And at the outset, thank you very much for my introduction. And I would first and foremost thank Professor Dr. Shafi for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this webinar, national webinar on recent update of ethics and good clinical practices. So my today's topic, I've been given few smaller topics, which I'll try to do my best. This, yeah. So to start with, my talk is on confidentiality, privacy, safety, and reporting ADR, Pharmacovigilance Program of India. I'll be telling in brief. Next slide. Next. So the learning objectives for this session would be, what is this confidentiality, the principle of confidentiality in GCP, how to protect confidentiality in research. Also, our learning objectives for the session would be to define privacy, how to ensure privacy, to discuss the role of Pharmacovigilance Program of India, that is known as PVPI, and also to explain the safety reporting and some of the reporting timelines. Next. So I'll take you through these topics. My table of contents are as follows. Next. So coming to the term confidentiality, it is the core principle within the good clinical practices guidelines. And this core principle emphasizes on the protection of the participants' personal and medical information. It also ensures that the clinical trials are conducted ethically, they are scientifically sound, and also safeguard the rights and well-being of the participants. Next. So now, as we all know, this Declaration of Helsinki, this is very much taken care and it forms a solid part of this principle confidentiality. So the right of the research participants to safeguard their integrity must always be respected. And as the principal investigator and the team, we should take every precaution to respect the privacy of the research participant, also to maintain the confidentiality of their personal information, to also minimize the impact of the study on the participants' physical, mental integrity, and personality. This has to be taken care and is emphasized in the Declaration of Helsinki. Also, it is the responsibility of the physicians and other researchers. That is, the responsibility for the protection of these research participants will always rest on the physicians and the other team members, and never with the research participants. We have to, though these research participants give informed consent, but then finally the Declaration of Helsinki emphasizes that the responsibility of protection every way, that is the health or the mental integrity, the physical, emotional, everything should be taken care by the physician and the researchers. Next. So in these Council for International Organization of Medical Sciences, the international ethical guidelines by this council also emphasizes that the investigator must establish secure safeguards for the confidentiality of the participant research data. Now, all of you must be aware by now that the informed consent is always taken. And during this informed consent, it becomes very important that the participants are informed, are completely informed about the limits to which the confidentiality of their data can be maintained, even the legal impact, the legal part, to what extent the investigator is able to safeguard the confidentiality, and also the possible consequences of any breaches of confidentiality. Though they have given informed consent, during the informed consent, it is very important to inform them that in some cases there is possibility where we have to share the data with all the participants, that is the auditors or the monitors, the research institutional ethics committee, and so on. So this is very much emphasized in these international ethical guidelines by the Council for International Organization of Medical Sciences. Next. So as I said, certain explanations to the participants should be given. Later, there should not be a query that why it was shared with this or this team or that team. So initially, if that clarity is given to the patient the participant that who is authorized, who are the authorized persons to access his medical information. These guidelines would be very clear. Next.
कुछ खा के आए हो? दादी के पास कुछ खा के आए हो? क्या?
Now coming to the confidentiality. Now how to maintain this confidentiality? So first and foremost, we will have to maintain the privacy and confidentiality of the study participants. That is first their personal identity, all the medical information which they share, which is taken. Now, for example, omitting the information that that might lead to the identification of the individual subjects. So we can start with coding. The names should not be mentioned, and also you can anonymize the data. You can protect this personal data also by not disclosing to the unauthorized people. You can limit the access to the information and also anonymize the data. There is a disturbance from one of the participants. I think.
कल भी चल रही थी, रोज चलती है लेकिन देर से चलती है थोड़ी. चलिए ये बेटा मैंने जानबूझ के चला रखा है, पंखे की आवाज में मुझे सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है, आवाज कम है इनकी, इसलिए एसी चला रखा है.
Dr. Jyoti, please mute yourself. Dr. Jyoti Shukla, please mute yourself.
So here, coming back to the confidentiality, what is the importance of confidentiality and how are we going to ensure the implementation of this concept? So first and foremost, as we are saying, we should take care to maintain their personal identity. So all the medical information is given. So you can omit that information which is revealing the identification of the individual subject. So even personal identifiers and medical records, they can be kept secure. We should make sure that the unauthorized individuals do not get any access to this. You can even limit the access to other information. You can anonymize the data. And next. And here again, I would like to emphasize confidentiality is not only limited to the patient details and the information. It also extends to preventing the disclosure of the sponsors' proprietary information to unauthorized parties. So this also forms a part of the confidentiality. And when we take care to maintain this confidentiality, we are complying with the regulations. The GCP guidelines require us to adhere to these applicable regulations regarding data privacy and confidentiality. Next. Now coming to the document and storage. So when we ask our investigators to prepare a protocol and provide us the details, it is very important to ask them about how they are going to document. That is, you use the coding. That is, you use the coding so that you do not reveal the participant's name and other details. Next. So there is a term called privacy also. Here, privacy is something which refers to an individual's right to be free from intrusion or interference by others. Now, this privacy, it can be in relation to the participants' bodies, the personal information or their thoughts, opinions which are being expressed, the personal communications with others or the spaces they have occupied. So this domain of privacy is also affected by research. When we conduct research, we do enter these domains of privacy. So it is important for the investigators it is very important for them to take care that as much as possible we give them the right to exercise the control by as you all know, when we take the informed consent, the participant is given a chance. It is they have to be given. It is their right to give their consent to the particular procedure or the information which they are going to provide, or even they can exercise their right of withholding the consent. So this is very important when it comes to privacy. So the concept of consent is very crucial to the right to privacy. Next. So with this, I will move to the next topic here, and that is pharmacovigilance. So, and here, pharmacovigilance is a term which is derived from words like pharmacon, which means drug, and vigilare is to keep a watch. So the science and activities which are related to the detection, assessment, understanding, and the prevention of the adverse drug reactions. These are the pharmacovigilance is such a science, which is very crucial here. Next slide. So this is a branch of pharmacology which deals with the reporting of adverse drug reactions, not only detect, assess, understand, and prevent the ADRs. Next slide. Now coming to the pharmacovigilance program of India, which has been launched in 2010. If we go into our Indian scenario, way back the ADR monitoring system was proposed in 1982. So we can see it's almost nearing half a century before when it was proposed, and but unfortunately it has taken a long time to implement. And in 1997, India joined the ADR monitoring program, and later we also had a national pharmacovigilance program in 2004, and the present one has been a robust system which was launched. Next slide, please. Which is launched by the name of Pharmacovigilance Program of India. And this is in 2010, this Pharmacovigilance Program of India was launched by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. That is with the idea of recognizing the need for the proper, to improve the ADR reporting system. So as you can see, we have the IPC, that is the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, that is at Ghaziabad, UP. This serves as the National Pharmacovigilance Program Coordinating Center, which we normally abbreviate as NCC PVPI. And this center is responsible for collecting, analyzing, and suggesting regulatory actions to the Central Drug Standards Control Organization, CDSCO. And this is the governance structure, and we have all the NMC approved medical colleges, hospitals, private hospitals. You have autonomous institutes. All of them are play a major role in the pharmacovigilance program of India. Next slide. So here, as we see, pharmacovigilance program of India now has a significant role in collecting the drug safety related data, and it is submitting to the World Health Organization database. And as I said, the last 10 years, 1 decade has been really very fruitful for this pharmacovigilance program of India, where we have seen almost most of the medical colleges have NMC approved medical colleges have taken up the role of adverse drug monitoring centers, that is AMC. And as of now, we have around 760 adverse drug monitoring centers in India. Next slide. So now we should reporting of ADR is again a very seems very easy procedure, but then it is very important for the health professional because any of the health professional can report. So it is very important to keep in mind these 6 things when we start reporting, because the collecting the data is not an issue, but even after collecting the data, if it is not documented and not made available in a consistent and accurate way uh, for further examination or analysis, uh, it is of no use. So here I would like to emphasize the complete patient details, the complete details of the adverse event. So complete patient details, I mean to say, first and foremost, we do not reveal the name of the patient. We always take the initials of the patient. And now, for example, I'm Rupa Naik, so RN will be the initial which we would put on our ADR reporting form. And then we have the age and sex of the patient. And also, coming to the adverse event, it is very important to know the onset of time. When was the medication given? What was the onset of the adverse event? And when was the drug given? When was it stopped? That is the details of the suspected drug. Concomitant drugs, if any, complete details should be taken. The risk factors, any health issues the patient has, which has been documented, which the patient would like to has revealed in the history, and also the reporter details. The next slide. So I'll go into a bit of details for those some of the undergraduates who may be attending this session. So here we see a suspected adverse drug reaction reporting form, and always remember it is voluntary reporting form for the healthcare professionals. So here, as you see, there are 4 parts of this adverse drug reaction reporting form. And first, as I said, the patient information with the patient initials, age at the time of the event, the gender of the patient, and the weight. Next is the suspected adverse reaction, where the date of the reaction is documented. So any of these details are missing, the report becomes invalid. So it is of utmost importance that the reporter fills up, should have these 6 important details, and then only think of filling up the form. So coming to the other parts, you have suspected medication. So it is important not to disclose the drug. The drug information is present on the particular drug. So you have the name is required, the brand, generic, manufacturer details, the batch number, expiry date, the dose used, the route used, the frequency given, the time of starting the drug, and when the reaction was noted, when it was stopped, the date of stopping, what was the indication for which the drug was given, and also the causality assessment, which I will tell you a little later. And of course, the action taken. What was the action taken? Whether the drug was withdrawn, the dose was increased, it was reduced, the dose was not changed, whether any other, whether the drug was stopped and reintroduced at a later point of time. Any concomitant drugs were taken. Now, all of us know that in our country, we have the problem of, we are dealing with the problem of self-medication. Self-medication, there is a lot of supplements which are ordered online, taken without any guidance of the health professional. And this does not remain in the memory of the patient also. So it is important to elicit this history of concomitant medication, self-medication, or other medications of other, say, homeopathy, allopathy, siddha, Unani, and so on. So that becomes very important. And most of the times this information is missing, and it does interfere with the reporting and further analysis. And last is the reporter details. Now, most of the times, as I'm the coordinator of the AMC at my institute, Annapurna Medical College, what we notice is the reporter details always go missing. People are very reluctant to mention their names, and if they mention the name, the details are not present. Maybe there is a fear or a myth that the reporters will be penalized in case something goes wrong with this patient. So let me make one thing very clear that even at the form, if you notice this form here, below we have 3 lines saying that the patient's identity is held in strict confidence and protected to the fullest extent. That is, we are following confidentiality. The program staff is not expected to or will not disclose the reporter's identity in response to the request from the public. So this part we are both following, maintaining the confidentiality and also the privacy. Next comes submission of a form does not constitute an admission that the medical personnel or the manufacturer or the product caused or contributed to the reaction. So we have to convince our health professionals that you are not at fault or you need not be fearful of reporting, because this is serving the system. And right now, the underreporting is our major problem, which we face nowadays in the pharmacovigilance program of India. So it is very important that the reporter details are filled up. And this is done because, say, the narrative is missing. Now, I told you about the patient information, suspected ADR, some things are missing. The person who's reported would be the best person to revert back to. So he will be the best person who can share any missing details, or some clarifications can be taken from that particular reporter, health professional, who could be a doctor, a nurse, a pharmacist, and so on. So these are the requirements, and anything missing, and if the AMC or the NCC, that is the coordinating center, are not able to complete this report, it becomes invalid. So I request all the health professionals to take care when you fill up the ADR form, and keep these things in mind. Next. So when you simplify the ADR reporting, so you can see all kinds of suspected ADR. It could be a simple ADR to a complex ADR, can be reported by any of them. Even the patient can report, but we have a different reporting form for the patient and public. This for particular form which I showed you was for health professionals, doctors, nurses, pharmacists, and so on. So the first thing, to make ADR reporting very simplified, the suspected drug has to be stopped. You have to retain the drug information, as I said, do not discard the vials, the ampules, or the cartons, the drug information. They should immediately take measures to terminate the adverse drug reaction and notify the pharmacovigilance cell. Nowadays, the apps are also available, mobile apps. And of course, we have pharmacovigilance cells in our medical institutions where phone call, we are away, just a phone call, or even a WhatsApp group where we share these. These are some of the ways when how we are building up our ADR reporting and the pharmacovigilance cell. Next. So coming to this PVPI, as I said, what does this pharmacovigilance program of India do? So it is playing a major role in detecting the new, delayed, rare adverse drug reactions, new signals from these ADRs, from these reported cases, and it will definitely generate and help contribute to the patient safety. It is also monitoring the benefit-risk profile of the medicine. It generates independent evidence-based recommendations for the safety of medicines. As I said, it supports the CDSCO in formulating the safety-related regulatory decisions for medicines. Next. So, next. One more clip. So in the form, I was telling you about the causality assessment. There is one section which says the causality assessment. So what is this causality assessment? It is nothing but the probability, that is, how likely is this medication the cause of this problem in this particular patient? Has this particular drug actually caused the ADR? So this is what we are trying to assess with our this is the causality assessment. And next slide. And we do this with different algorithms. We have the Naranjo's algorithm, we have the WHO UMC scale, which we very frequently utilize. And as you can see, we have a set of questions, set of 10 questions, and we have the different answers. We have a score given for the positive answer, the negative answer, and the neutral answer. And this is the method for estimating the probability of the ADR. So finally, there is a score. Next, there is a score given. If the total score is above 9, then it is highly probable that the particular drug has caused the reaction. 5 to 8 score says the chances are probable, and 1 to 4 score is possible. It is possible due to the particular drug, and if it is less than 0, it is doubtful. So this is how we assess the, in short, to tell you about causality assessment. Next slide. So now what happens to this submitted ADRs? So first and foremost, we are maintaining confidentiality, that's for sure. Next is the causality assessment is carried out in the AMCs by using these scales. And the analyzed forms are later forwarded to the National Coordinating Center, PVPI, through the ADR database. And here we use the Vigiflow, and the data is analyzed, forwarded to the, from here, from the NCC PVPI, it is forwarded further to the Global Pharmacovigilance Database, which is managed by WHO Uppsala Monitoring Center at Sweden. Next slide. So this was a brief overview of the Pharmacovigilance Program of India. Coming to my last topic of safety reporting. Now this is plays a very key role here. And if we define this safety reporting, it is the process of collecting, analyzing, and disseminating information about the adverse events or the safety issues that may arise during the clinical trial. So before we move on to the importance of safety reporting, the various timelines, it is very important to understand some of the key terms like adverse drug reaction, adverse event, serious adverse event, suspected, unexpected, serious adverse reaction. And so I'll keep it very brief and simple. And let me give you these definitions. Next slide, please. So here, we, through the safety reporting, what we are ensuring, first and foremost, patient safety. Now, apart from that, we also are making sure that we can make informed decisions. Now, in a trial, when you have these concerns, whether the trial is fit to be continued, what are the changes, what are the actions should be taken. So it helps researchers track and monitor the side effects, the potential risks, and further report it to these regulatory agencies and to the ethics committee, all the other stakeholders. And remember, safety reporting is a regulatory requirement for the clinical trials. Next slide. So as I said, there are definitions which are provided by the WHO. So we have ADR, which is adverse drug reaction. So it is any noxious change which is suspected. It could be due to the drug when the drug is given in the normal doses as used for therapy, or this ADR may require treatment. In spite of giving it in the normal therapeutic range, it may require treatment or a decrease in the dose of the drug, or it may indicate caution. You may have to stop the drug for this particular condition which you are treating. Next slide, please. Now, there is another term called adverse event. So these two terms have to be very clear. Now, adverse event or the adverse drug event, ADE. So you have, it is defined by the WHO as any untoward medical occurrence. So including a symptom or a disease or an abnormal lab finding during the treatment with a pharmaceutical product. It could be in a patient or human participant, not necessarily related to the treatment. So this is how the adverse event is different from the adverse drug reaction. Next slide, please. Now we have two more definitions which have to be very clear before we move on to safety reporting. Here, as you see, a serious adverse event. So a serious adverse event or an experience or a reaction, it is an untoward medical occurrence at any dose. And the seriousness as it is reflected, you can see the consequences are, it could result in death, it could be life-threatening, it could require an inpatient hospitalization, or it could prolong the existing hospitalization. It could result in disability, persistent disability, or a significant disability, incapacity, or even a congenital anomaly, birth defect, and so on. So here, the ICH guidelines, they also mention that in addition to this, there could be some of the important medical events that may not be life-threatening or may not result in death or hospitalization. But again, it may be fatal to the patient, or it may require some intervention to prevent these serious consequences or these outcomes which are listed above. So these are the conditions where we would be reporting it as an SAE. That is these are the consequences where we would report it as SAE. Next slide, please. So now comes the next term which you all should be familiar with. That is a suspected unexpected serious adverse reaction, which is abbreviated as SUSAR. Now, as the term suggests, it is an unexpected adverse event, which was not in the listed in the investigator's brochure. The investigator brochure, which is there in the clinical, which a clinical trial participant has been given, and has a, but then it has a reasonable possibility of having a causal relationship with the study drug. So it was unexpected, and it was suspected to be related to the drug. So the SUSAR is an SAE that is related, it is serious and unexpected. And here, any event which would lead to any of those consequences which I mentioned in the last slide, like the death, life-threatening, or anomaly, or a disability. But if again there was a timely intervention, we can also expect, we can also take that as a suspected, unexpected, serious adverse reaction. Now, in these cases, the FDA has to be notified within 15 calendar days of the receipt of the information by the sponsor, and the reporting time comes down drastically, that is to 7 days for the SAE which was life-threatening or death has been caused. Now, in all these cases, even if it is a simple ADR, the narratives of the event, the details of the event have to be submitted with the report. A good narrative, a complete narrative is very important, and such reactions to be reported are expedited manner, in an expedited manner to the sponsor, institutional ethics committee, and regulatory authority. I will make it a little more in detail in the next slide. Next one, please. So coming to the responsibility of the safety reporting. So the investigator is responsible, as I have told in the beginning, he is responsible for all the physical, the mental integrity, the emotional, the treatment, the clinical care dictates, and the safety of the participant. And he will be reporting these SAEs to the sponsor. And the sponsor will be responsible for implementing and maintaining this safety reporting system and assessing of the causality and reporting it to the regulatory authorities. Ethics committee also has a place to play, that is reviewing and monitoring the ethical aspects of the trial, including safety reporting, and of course the regulatory agencies. So it reviews the safety reports so that you can ensure compliance with the regulations and also assess the overall safety of the trial. Next slide, please. So as I said, there are specific timelines and processes for reporting these SAEs, and other safety issues are also outlined. Different stakeholders, as I mentioned, the investigators, sponsors, ethical committees, the regulatory bodies, they have their specific responsibility. And a causality assessment, that is investigating whether there is a possibility of the drug and or a device which has caused the adverse event, is very important aspect of safety reporting. Documentation, again, proper documentation of these AEs in the form of case report forms, checklists, discharge summaries is very essential. And the follow-up reporting also, that is any new information comes up in addition to related to the previously reported adverse event, also must be reported as a follow-up. Next slide, please. So coming to the reporting channels and timelines. So as I mentioned before, the serious and unexpected adverse events should be reported to the regulatory agencies, that is the FDA, within the specific time frames, that is 7 or 15 days, depending on the severity. And of course, the annual reports, these will summarize the safety data collected during the clinical trial. Next slide. So as you see in this flow chart, you can see the onset of the serious adverse event within 24 hours. It's the responsibility of the principal investigator to report it to the chairman ethics committee, to the sponsors if it is relevant, reports to the licensing authority, that is the DCGI. This is within 24 hours responsibility of the principal investigator. Now, the final report, the responsibility of both the principal investigator and sponsors to prepare a final report within 14 days, and it has to be reported to the DCGI, to the chairman of the ethics committee, and also the head of the institution. So after this, what happens is the expert committee is appointed by the DCGI to examine the report of the SAE and provide their recommendations to the licensing authority, that is DCGI, within the 30 days. Now, after this, DCGI gives its final decision. That is, it can be in the form of, it could include compensation, and this happens within a time frame of 150 days of the occurrence of the serious adverse event. And the sponsor or the representative will do the final payment in case of compensation, that is within 30 days of his receiving the DCGI order. So these are some of the timelines. And to summarize, this table would be useful, where I've given the roles. What is the role? Who is the person? So the same thing which I repeated: principal investigator preparing the initial report within 24 hours, reporting it to the sponsor, chairman, IEC, DCGI, sponsor, and the PI, reporting to the chairman, the institution, chairman, IEC, institution head, and the DCGI. And the analysis report and compensation report, again, the sponsor has to give it to the, submit it to the DCGI. And the DCGI's responsibility is the expert committee. The report on compensation and analysis is forwarded to the expert committee. Now, the expert committee provides its recommendation on the quantum of compensation to the DCGI, and the final communication to the sponsor also is given by the DCGI. So finally, the sponsor will be responsible for the payment of the compensation within 30 days from the 90-day schedule. Next slide, please. So to summarize, I would like to again emphasize on the importance of the accurate and timely reporting. So these accurate reporting, complying and adherence to these timelines would really help in the safety and efficacy of this investigational drug device. Informed decisions can be made. It's very crucial for that. Timely reporting is also going to allow for prompt action, reduce the risk, protect your patient. Adherence to these reporting requirements are also a part of our regulatory authorities. Complying with these regulations and ethical principles is very, very mandatory. And in clinical researcher, again, the researcher doctor must report any adverse event, as I said, to all these stakeholders. Next slide, please. So this is the SAE form, which has to be filled up. And so you can go through the details. Next slide, please. This is how after the AMC reports the ADR through the Vigiflow software. This is the individual case safety report looks like when we report and keep these ICSRs with us. Next slide. So these are the details and which is documented in the ICSR, the case narratives and other information. Next slide, please. Next. So these are my references. Thank you one and all for your patient listening.
Thank you very much, madam. Causality assessment is one of the very important factor, and the insight of Vigiflow and the awareness of all the delegates to report the ADR is a very important message that we took from your talk. I request Dr. Shafi sir to kindly present memento to Dr. Rupa Nayak, madam.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Dr. Rupa was my colleague at Dhanlakshmi Srinivasan Medical College, Tamil Nadu, in 2000.
So with this, we have ended our morning session, and now heading towards the inaugural function. We have our respected deans of Indian Institute of Medical Science and Research, who has joined the webinar. We have our chief guest, Dr. Yogesh Lakhas sir. Our chief guest is an associate professor in Indian Institute of Medical Science and Research, and he is currently secretary of IMA Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. He is the secretary for Indian Society of Critical Care Medicine, Aurangabad, for the year 2023 to 2025. He is the chairman for the program of Aao Gaon Chale project, and for 2023-24, an excellent UG and PG teacher, inculcating skills of medicine in young doctors. Is accredited national and speaker for MMC, and has given many national and state level talks. Sir has organized conferences and CMEs, regional workshops, and has got many publications under his name. So, sir, we welcome you. I now hand over to Dr. Muhammad Shafi sir, Director of Elite Education and Welfare Society, to kindly conduct the inaugural function and welcome our chief guest and our organizing chairman, Dr. Azhar Ahmad Siddiqui sir, the Dean, Indian Institute of Medical Science and Research. All to you, Dr. Shafi sir.
Thank you, Dr. Zubair. Now I'll start with the inaugural function. we have our chief guest, Dr. Yogesh Lakas, sir, Professor of Internal Medicine at JIIU's Indian Institute of Medical Science and Research, and he's also ICU head, a very excellent critical care expert and academician, and also our official speaker for Elite CME Academy. I think almost all the 8 webinars we have conducted, sir is one of the speaker among them. Sir, I welcome you by offering a floral bouquet. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Shafi sir.
Dr. Azhar Siddiqui, the organizing chairman and dean of JII's IMSR, is actually busy with our founder chairman's health is not good, so he went to see him, so he will not be able to join. But we have requested our professor and head of Department of Pediatrics, Dr. Lalit Une, sir, to join as guest from our college, and he is also the coordinator for medical education unit. Une sir, have you joined? Une sir?
Yeah, I'm joined. I have joined.
Sir, I will like to welcome you by offering a floral bouquet to this webinar on ethics and good clinical practices. Sir is
Thank you,
Professor
Shafi
in
sir. Thank you so
Department
much.
of Pediatrics and a very good academician, very active member of medical education unit, and he has organized so many basic course in medical education workshops, and also every week we are having the regular CME on various topics from the department of various departments in the medical college, and also the postgraduates are also presenting in this activity by medical education unit at JIIU's IMSR. Sir has introduced the one new concept in our CME of having a thread or a new research information from each department. So our postgraduates are stimulated and they are encouraged and they are coming forward and they are presenting the threads also, and they are presenting the new research in the field of medicine. So I welcome you, sir. So this elite Education and Welfare Society was founded in 2023 with first CME on the management of fasting and diabetes during Ramadan. And since then, every 3 to 4 months, we are organizing one webinar or CME. As already I have told that we have organized first 3 offline CMEs, and then we switched over to the online mode, and we are conducting webinar every 3 to 4 months. So I am very thankful to Dr. Yogesh Lakas sir, a very good friend and a very a big support from him. And I am also very thankful to Dr. Lalit Une sir. He's a very good friend of mine. We are working in the college since almost 13 years. So I welcome you, both of you. So I request Dr. Lalit Une sir to kindly say a few words on this occasion.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I really want to appreciate and in charge of Elite Academy, Dr. Shafi sir, for organizing such a wonderful activity for doctors in the society as well as the medical student. And these activities are definitely updating knowledge of each and everyone. And I know Dr. Shafi since more than 13 years. So he is very active and always updating knowledge and organizing one-day CMEs and other academic activities. And I'm very much sure such activities, they are really helpful for students as well as the other doctors and faculty in the field. So I wish all the best for this upcoming CME. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your kind words, sir. You are always a support for us. Medical education unit plays a very important role in medical college. And in updating the knowledge of the faculties and the postgraduates, you are playing a very important role. So I am very thankful to you. Now I invite Dr. Yogesh Lakas sir. He is honorary secretary for Indian Medical Association, Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar. Actually, we invited the president of IMA CSN, Dr. Anupam Takarkar sir also, but because of his busy schedule, he could not join. But Lakas sir is with us. He is professor of internal medicine and also honorary secretary for Indian Medical Association, Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar branch. Sir, I welcome you and I request you to kindly say a few words to our participants.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes,
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Organizing chairman, our beloved Dean sir, Azhar Siddiqui sir. Then our organizing Shafi, one of my good friend, Dr. Shafi, as organizing secretary. In fact, now along with our IMA president, they invited or just they called me as a guest. But I actually from the same institute, and I would like to be in the host panel. And definitely, Dr. Shafi has been organizing wonderful conferences, CMEs, webinars. I have seen that over the last many years, and definitely this CME was part of that. And all the topics those were included for today's session and tomorrow's session. They are very important. And first of all, India was in the previous years, say 10 years back, 15 years back, India was lacking. Although we had a very great, a large number of clinical data, but we were lacking in the research. But because of such activities and such enthusiastic persons, it has been possible now that we go more and more research, and we give the scientific analysis of all data to our goodness of the public, and that will matter a lot. And many topics those are selected like responsibilities of researcher, or many part of this like sponsor or investigator. That is very important. Again, record keeping that has been kept, that is very important aspect. Again, tomorrow there will be AI in healthcare. Again, AI is coming up in large way, and everyone has to be everyone has to know AI and its use for research activity, and that will help us to analyze more and more data. So such topics are taken. Definitely, the credit goes to Shafi sir, our organizing secretary. And I will just say few words. Like recently, there was critical care conference held at Kochi, and one of our students, second year MD student, our PG student, he got the best prize in that conference. We should always promote our students at national level, and that is possible. And such activities has to be there, and that will promote our students, and that will increase the knowledge of even the it will refresh the knowledge of faculties also. So I will say all the best to Shafi sir and whole organizing team to organize such a wonderful program. And I always give my best wishes for him to organize such programs in the future also. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words. We know that AI, artificial intelligence, is playing a very important role, and it is becoming the part of human life. That's why we thought of that we should also include the how AI is going to help the ethical evaluation of the research proposals. So, Dr. Geete from Symbiosis International University, Pune, is going to talk on this topic tomorrow. We have a very interesting session. Then we have Dr. Wasim Ansari, who is working at ESIS Medical College, Chennai. He is one of the eminent personality in community medicine. He is the part of every national conference organized by Indian Association of Preventive Social Medicine. So we have a very good team of good speakers. They are a very good academicians. They are always interested to present and talk about the recent advances in the field of medicine. So this webinar is on ethics and good clinical practices. So I'm very thankful to all the speakers who have taken part in this program, and I'm also very thankful to Dr. Yogesh Lakka sir for joining this inaugural function, and Dr. Lalit One sir also for joining this inaugural function. So I'm very thankful, and I hope that in future also you people will help us, support us, and encourage us so that we can go ahead. I am very thankful to our dean, Dr. Azhar Siddiqui, young and dynamic dean. He is the driving force and the driving force behind us to organize such academic activities. He is also always helping and promoting us to organize the academic activities. And he is a very good academician and interested in that. But because of his busy schedule and he has to go somewhere, he could not join with us. Still, we are thankful to him. He is allowing us to conduct these webinars under the umbrella of JIIU's IMSR. So I am thankful to Dr. Azram Siddiqui sir. I'm thankful to Dr. Yogesh Lakas sir, Dr. Lali Gone sir. My team, Dr. Zubair Khazi, you are seeing him since morning. He is a scientific facilitator conducting the whole program in a very nice and smooth manner. And behind the curtain, we have one more person, Dr. Jawad Hashmi. He usually don't come on front side, but he takes care of many things behind the scene. He plays a very important role, Dr. Jawad Hashmi. So now I declare that this inaugural function is over, and I am very thankful to all the delegates and participants who have registered and who are on the Zoom link and continuously attending this program and enjoying the academic fees. So thank you very much. Now inaugural function is declared as over.
Thank you, sir. So, with this, I'll just take a minute to proceed to our next speaker. So, our next speaker is Dr. Sarfaraz Alam Khan. Sir is MBBS MD in pharmacology and professor head at Chinchwada Institute of Medical Science, Chinchwada. Sir has performance driven medical profession with 18 years of post MD experience in pharmacology, with 7 years as a professor and head in pharmacology, 3 years as associate professor, 4 years as assistant, and 3 years as medical advisor in a reputed pharma company. Sir has got 9 research publications in Index Journal. He is imparting scientific and medical knowledge of drugs and rational therapeutics to second MBBS undergraduate students and assessment of their performance. Sir is a member of Institutional Ethics Committee. Sir is a resource faculty for Medical Education Unit, member of Pharmacovigilance Committee, and has got affiliation as a member of editorial board of Journal of Contemporary Medicine and Dentistry, and a life member of Indian Society for Rational Pharmacotherapeutics. Sir has got certification and registration in MMC. So, sir has attended many conferences and workshops. So we have a list of conferences that sir has attended, and to highlight one of the international workshop that pharmacovigilance from identification to reporting on 4th of December in KM Hospital. So, sir has attended that organized by ADR Monitoring Center, DCGI, and World Health Organization. So with this, I call upon Dr. Sarfaraz Alam sir to kindly share his screen. Dr. Sarfaraz Alam sir, can you hear me? Sir, please.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible now.
Okay, good afternoon to all of you. And it is my pleasure to be here with you to share a very important topic related with the CME, today's CME on the good clinical practice. Okay. And at the outset, I would like to thank the Elite Education Society, especially Dr. Shafi and Dr. Zubair for giving me this opportunity. Okay. The topic appears to be a very insipid one. Okay. Record keeping has always been a very boring topic and boring subject for the researchers. Researchers think that it is a type of clerical work. Okay. And why we should be engaged in this type of clerical work. But uh, frankly speaking, this is one of the most important topic in research journey. Okay, if you look in the life cycle of a research from its inception to the completion of the research project to the compilation of result and publication of this research article, the one of the most important phase in this research journey is the documentation part of the research. Although this is considered to be one of the most neglected topics in our time. So that's why it has been brought into the notice of the researchers that this should be also, they should also know the importance of keeping a good research record, which is for their own benefit. There is a saying that quality is never an accident. It is always the result of intelligent effort. And this is true for all the profession, every field. If you want some quality product, you have to uh, 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 you have to you have to put your maximum intelligent effort. Okay, without that, you cannot come out with any quality work. So if you want a quality research, you have to do some intelligent work also. Investigator is responsible for conduct of the trial according to the protocol and good clinical practices, and also for the compliance for the various guidelines, whether it is a GCP guideline or other regulatory guidelines. So investigator play very key role in the conduction of the clinical trial or research.
Dr. Sarfraz,
Yes?
your video is not visible.
Yes.
Make your video on.
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Sir, you can also shift to the slide share mode so that a full screen of your PPT will be seen. Yes, yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
And what are the responsibilities of a researcher? Okay. This is very important for us to understand. The researcher has a very important role in the design of the study, which should be ethically and scientifically sound. So developing scientifically and ethically sound research is the most important part of the researcher. And for developing that scientifically and ethically sound study, it is important that researchers should have a great insight from the literature. He has to do a lot of literature review before formulating any research. And from this literature review, he has to find out the proper question which is required to be answered to the research. Okay. And without that, it cannot be done. So research, a detailed research review is the key to formulating the question of our research. And research, as you know, that can be broadly of two categories: innovative research and reported research. Innovative research means you are doing something very new which has not been reported previously in the scientific literature. Most of the time, this is done by the pharmaceutical companies or some other and other agencies. What in the academics, what we are doing is mostly doing the reported research, a research which has already been done in the past, and we are taking a leaf from that research and doing either research to confirm or reconfirm those findings, or taking a leaf from that research and doing some advancement in the knowledge of the research from that specific study. Okay. So responsibility of the research is to design the studies which are scientifically valid and ethically acceptable. Another very important prerequisite for conducting the research is to devise and develop a scientifically and valid protocol. Protocol is a document which describes in detail about the background of the research and the research question which is we are going to address to this study. And it also describes in detail about the aims and objective of the research, and as well as the methodologies which is going to be followed, and all the anticipated benefits and risks. So in short, this protocol works as a standard guideline or standard operating procedure for the conduction of the research. Second important aspect of the responsibility of the researcher is to obtain the ethical approval from the relevant ethics committee, whether it's institutional ethics committee or independent ethics committee. After developing a protocol, the researcher has to obtain the approval from the respective ethics committee. The second important thing is that they should also obtain informed consent before carrying out the research. Without this, we cannot move ahead with the research. Informed consent, as you know, that it is a document which describes in detail about the procedure which is going to be conducted, mentioning the aims and objective of the study to the study participant and all the anticipated benefits and risks. So this should be properly conveyed to the study participants. Okay, and this should be signed by the participant as well as the researcher. The third very important responsibility of a researcher is to safeguard and protect the right of the study participants. Okay, safeguarding the privacy of the study participant with regard to their identity and other private information. It is the responsibility of the researchers to safeguard that. And then safeguarding their rights which have been very well described in the various ethical guidelines, right of autonomy, right of beneficence, right of non-maleficence, right of justice and respect. All these rights are to be protected by the investigator. And investigators should ensure the overall well-being of the study participants. Then investigators should monitor for any adverse event or serious adverse event which may develop during the course of study. It is the responsibility of the investigator to look for those things, for those events. And they should make it sure that proper medical care is provided to the participants. Okay, and they should get maximum benefit to overcome this problem. Then they should also explain the compensation which can be provided to the patient in case of permanent injury or in case of any other serious complications developing or even death. So all these information has to be properly provided to the study participants before they are included in the study. Then they also should maintain the clinical and scientific integrity of the research. They should avoid fabrication and falsification of data. This is very important for researchers to understand that any fabrication or falsification of data will lead to cancellation or suspension of their study, and it has various wide complications. And they may be permanently barred from carrying out the research activity in future, or their center may be permanently banned from carrying out the research, or even there could be cancellation of their licenses also. So it is very, very serious matter. We cannot fudge upon the data which is available. We should be, there is a policy of, we say that honesty is the best policy. We should always maintain this honesty in our research work also. Whatever finding we are getting in our research, we have to record it as it is. Then after carrying out all the research work successfully, it is important for the researchers to get it shared with the other colleagues in the scientific community. So it can be done either by publishing in peer-reviewed journals or by presenting findings in the medical conferences or in seminars. Okay. So this will help in the advancement of evidence-based medicine, as well as may also affect the health policy making process in a positive way. Then another very important aspect of responsibility of researchers is that they should get themselves updated with the latest advancement in the field where they are working. They should be aware of all the latest happening in their field, emerging diseases, research tools, or any new guidelines which is coming, which is important for them to know. They should keep them abreast with all the latest happening in the science, medical science. And it is also responsibility of the researchers that they should go under training for various good clinical practices, biostatics workshop, research methodology, ethical guidelines, all this training they should obtain before they are doing the research, because it is very important for them to understand all these aspects of research. Without going into the without knowing all these important guidelines and doing the research may land you in trouble, and it is also going to be harmful for the society. So as I already told you that record keeping is considered to be one of the most boring job in research practices, but it is a very vital document which is there for our own welfare and safety. As the principal investigator, you are ultimately responsible for the integrity and quality of the data which is collected at your site. So your role in documentation is both very broad and crucial. You are playing a very important role in the documentation part of your research. Good record keeping ensures that the research is transparent, verifiable, and contributes to a robust scientific enterprise. Reports, they arise from the actual happenings. They are a snapshot of an action or event. So why a researcher should keep records? What are the so one of the important reasons we should keep record is that it is a proof of authenticity. If somebody raises question on your research that your research is not authentic, so it can be proved by your record, which we have mentioned. Okay. It will also help in tracking the progress of our research and fulfill our timeline. Okay. And this record will also help us in finding any discrepancy during the course of our study and early detection of this discrepancy and its proper correction. Then it is also a regulatory requirement. Without regulatory approval, we cannot carry out clinical trials. Okay, so it is a regulatory requirement that we should have a proper record of the documents. Then this record can work as a premise for future research and development by other researchers. Then what is the role of a researcher in this documentation? The role of the researchers in documentation process is that it ensures that all studies are accurately recorded in source documents. The source documents could be your case record form or any data entry record. So it is the responsibility of the researcher that they should keep all these record accurately. And they should verify this record and certify these records by regularly updating it. Then they should verify the important document, that is case record form. Case record form is a very vital document in the research process. It is having very vital information about the patient and the various investigations and other research research procedures which are being carried out on the participants. So it is maintaining all these vital information. So it is important for researchers that all these CRF forms, they are regularly maintained and reviewed and certified by the researchers. Okay, and the data which is available in CRF should be matching with the primary data which is available in the source. Say, for example, if you are entering the blood investigations or recording the blood investigation in CRF, then they should match with the blood reports which are available. Okay, no discrepancy should be there in the CRF forms. Then they should also maintain the record of informed consent forms, okay, from the each study participant. and they should make it ensure that the consent process is thoroughly documented. Who has conducted the consent, how it is conducted, and the time and place, all should be recorded. Then during the course of research, if some changes are made in the protocol and reconsenting is required, so it should be reconsent has to be taken from the study participants, and it should be recorded. A researcher has to keep detailed record of any protocol deviations or violation, including justification for any change in the protocol and correction. The researcher should document approval for all the protocol amendments and its implementation of timeline. Then if it is an investigational new drug, so the investigator has to keep record of all the drugs which are received by the investigator from the sponsor, then their dispensation and their proper storage condition if it is requiring, like if the samples require refrigeration or deep freezing, so proper storage of samples should also be taken care of. So a detailed record of the drug should be maintained in a drug logbook. And it should also be ensured that accurate doses which are administered, they should also be documented, especially in the studies which are blinded. Then ensuring the timely and complete documentation of the adverse events or serious adverse events. So an investigator has to keep record of all these adverse events which can happen during the course of investigation. Okay. A detailed record, if it is a serious adverse event, it is required to be reported within 24 hours to the sponsor, to the ethics committee, as well as to the regulatory authorities. And a detailed account of this serious adverse event is required to be reported. A report on this serious adverse event is required to be reported within 14 working days. The investigator should maintain a follow-up of record on this adverse event. They should maintain a regular follow-up of this patient so that they can be properly treated and get proper management and treatment. Another very important aspect in doing the research is that to maintain a delegation of authority. Of research is not a one-man job; it is a teamwork. So whatever team is involved in doing the research, all these team members' name has to be recorded in a logbook, and the special task which has been assigned to them should also be recorded. So it will help in the development of the sense of responsibility and accountability. So that's why we should make a list of all our team members with the assigned task. Another important thing is that before starting research, the researchers should provide training to their staff members, and this should also be documented. And it is a proof that the study staff are appropriately qualified and trained before they are engaged in research activity. So it is also very important. Then, as a regulatory requirement, it is important for the investigator to maintain a complete and current investigator site file. Okay. This will contain all the essential documents, which includes regulatory approvals, certified copy of regulatory approvals, CVs of all the investigators, co-investigators, okay, certified copies of medical licenses, financial disclosures, approvals of institutional ethics committee, training logs, delegation logs. All these are required to be maintained in a file that is known as investigator site file. It is the responsibility of the researchers to ensure all entries are timely made at the time of activity or shortly after that. And all the data which is entered into the file, an investigator ensure that it is accurate. And it should be signed and dated. Investigators should ensure that all the study records are securely stored and retained according to the regulatory and sponsor timelines. They should make record readily available for audits, monitoring, and inspection. So that's why it is important for us to keep a record of all and everything which we are doing in our research. So it will be required for audit, it will be required for monitoring and inspection by government agencies or ethics committee or even a sponsor. Then another very important responsibility of investigator is to properly record all the communications and decisions and agreements among all the stakeholders and collaborators of the research, whether they are a sponsor, whether they are regulatory bodies, whether they are any other outside agency like clinical trial monitor agencies, CROs. So all the communications which are happening between the investigator and other stakeholders, they should also be kept in the file. So investigators should ensure compliance to all the ethical and regulatory approvals. And researcher is also another moral and professional obligation to train their juniors for carrying out research activity. So this will be helpful in developing future generation of researchers. Research, we should be very broad-minded and we should not hesitate to teach and train our juniors. And we should transfer our knowledge, skill, and all other virtues which we are practicing. We should try to transmit this into our junior so that a future generation of researchers can, a competent generation of future researchers can develop. Then last but not least, it is also the responsibility of the researcher to make an online entry in the online registry system that is which is available for registration of the clinical trial. And even now, PG theses and other biomedical research are also being they are registered on this online registry. Now, what we have seen up to now is the importance of keeping record and why the what is the role and responsibility of the researcher. Why it is important to keep the record. Okay. Keeping record is an ethical requirement. So maintaining accurate and detailed record is a fundamental to ethical research. It allows transparency and accountability, and it demonstrates robustness and validity of the research. This record works as a primary source of verification of research by government or institutional investigation and audits. This record is crucial for resolving challenges to data authenticity, authorship, and intellectual property right. In future, if any conflict develops with regard to authenticity of your research, with regard to authorship of your research, or even intellectual property right, so it can be resolved if you have maintained a proper record of each and everything. Detailed and well-organized record enable the researchers to replicate and build upon the works of others, so it will contribute to the advancement of scientific knowledge. That's why we should keep the record. And research records are an integral part of data management system, ensuring that data is properly collected, stored, and accessed. So by creating clear and organized record, researchers can easily manage their data and share it with others. Now, what documents are required to be kept by the researchers? So here is the list. A copy of protocol is required to be kept. Investigators' brochures, especially in cases of investigational new drugs, okay, which is provided by the sponsor. Okay. These investigators' brochures contains all the information about the new drug with regard to their pharmacokinetics and dynamics and all the toxicological studies.
and a certified copy of informed consent form, a copy of ethics committee approval, regulatory approval in case of clinical trial, case record form or data collection sheet, lab investigations. And if you are doing research on animals, so you have to maintain a research diary for it. And all the work which you are carrying out in your laboratory, it has to be recorded and certified by you and your supervisor. Then after the completion of the research, a clinical study report is prepared by the investigator for the trial site. Okay. This report contains all the information with regard to safety and efficacy of the drug, which the investigator has found during the study. All communications from the sponsor, IEC, ethics committee, and regulatory bodies should be mentioned. Okay. Financial disclosure and agreement, if available, should also be maintained. Then audio video recording of consent of vulnerable population is also required to be maintained. Vulnerable population means pediatric population, old age population, pregnancy. During pregnancy, we are doing research on pregnant ladies. Okay. So their audio video required is required to be maintained. And if the research is on some diseases which have got some social stigma like leprosy, HIV, AIDS, so only audio record is sufficient for that. If your research has some photographs and X-ray reports, they should also be recorded and maintained. And last but not least, adverse drug reaction reporting form should also be filled and documented. So these documents are crucial for demonstrating compliance with the good clinical practices, standards, and for fulfilling the regulatory requirements. These documents ensure that the trial is conducted ethically, safely, and in compliance with the guidelines. All these records should be stored. All active and inactive files should be appropriately labeled and archived separately in designated area. Active files means file for those research which are going on, and inactive files means for files for those research which have been completed. So they have to be archived separately in a designated area. Then how long to keep the record? For academic research, mostly it is recommended to keep the record for 2 to 3 years. And if it is a clinical trial, and there's a guideline that we should keep the record for at least 5 years of the completion of the study and or termination of the study. Okay. And if you are looking for patent of your research work, your innovation, then you have to keep your record for at least 20 years. Now, the next question is, who owns the data? If it is an academic research, the record and data book is the property of the institution. If it is a funded project, then the funding agencies or institution or sponsor is the owner of the data. And if it is a self-funded study, the researcher will own the data. So coming to the end of my topic, research record keeping is not just simply storing the data or notes. It involves careful recording, clear documentation, and proper management of records during and after the research activities. Last but not least, a record is for the safety and well-being of a researcher. So researchers should not shy away from keeping the record of their research work. With this, I would like to end my session and thank you all for your patient listening. I hand over the session to Dr. Zubair for further proceeding.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, as you mentioned in starting, it is a very dry topic of record keeping, but definitely all the aspects and your experience has made it very light, and we have understood most of the things out of it, and the list of documents that you have compiled. I would like to request Dr. Shafi sir to kindly present a memento to Dr. Sarfaraz answer. Sir, you can stop sharing your screen. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Safraz. Dr. Safraz is my undergraduate batchmate from Indira Gandhi Government Medical College, Nagpur. We studied together, and I'm very happy that he has presented a very boring topic in a very nice manner, and he had made it very interesting. So last time also he has presented, and this time also. So I'm very thankful, Dr. Safraz, that you are the part of Elite Education and Welfare Society as an speaker. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now, I would request Dr. Shafi sir to kindly introduce and invite one of the most important speaker of today's CME.
Now, next session is by Dr. Zubair Khazi. Since morning, you are seeing him as a scientific facilitator. He is a young dynamic pharmacologist, and he is associate professor at MGM Medical College and Hospital Aurangabad. He is an optimistic, hardworking MBBS, MD pharmacology, and he has done a certificate course in evidence-based diabetes mellitus. He is very much interested in academics, clinical pharmacology, clinical trials, medical ethics, medical writing, pharmacovigilance. He is member and on resource faculty for medical education unit and good clinical practice since 2022. He is also a member secretary of ethics committee, clinical research department at Icon Multi-Speciality Hospital, Aurangabad. He is a basic scientist of Institutional Ethics Committee for Research on Human Subjects at JII's Indian Institute of Medical Science and Research. That EC Committee's member secretary is myself, director and founder of the Elite Education and Welfare Society, conducted many MMC accredited CME. So since beginning, he is our official scientific facilitator. He is organizing and conducting the whole CME and webinar independently. He is a co-author in a practical book written for MBBS undergraduate students, Practical Pharmacology for Undergraduates, January 2017. He has 5 national and 4 international publications, and he was a very young, active, dynamic leader during his undergraduation at MGM Medical College and Hospital. So I welcome Dr. Zubair Khazi for his talk.
Thank you, sir, for your kind. Okay, so start with my session. So I believe I am audible and you can see my screen. Dr. Shafi sir. Okay. So I'll be dealing with the talk of national ethical guidelines for biomedical research involving the vulnerable population. Since morning, we are studying about various ethical guidelines, and many a times there were terms used as vulnerable population. And as you all are doctors and with learned people, you must have understood what is a vulnerable population and what are its importance. So just I will touch the topic and we will proceed. So I'll be dealing with introduction, the key principles of ethical research regarding the vulnerable population. Then what are the categories of vulnerable population? Then what are the ICMR guidelines in India as it is the apex body? What are the specific guidelines that are given? Then what are operationalization of various guidelines? Then we will see case study, just a few examples we have taken, and then we will conclude the topic. So starting with the introductions, what is the importance of ethics in biomedical research? So since morning up till now, we all know that ethics are very crucial to protect the dignity, right, safety and well-being of human participants. Safety and well-being and maintaining the right to participate, a right to leave the study, right to drop the study, a right to give the consent, right to deny the consent. All these are taken care by the ethics and ethical guidelines that we are reading. Unethical research can cause harm, loss of trust, and social injustice can take place if the research is done in unethical manner. Though you get some results, but those results are of the cost of loss of trust from the participants or from the society. Now, who are the vulnerable population? Basically, the population that cannot give decision by their own is one of the description of a vulnerable population. The term vulnerable is a Latin word that is from the vulnere. That is a Latin word from which we have derived the term vulnerable. This means to wound, someone who can be wounded. To wound is the meaning of term vulnere, and from there we have got the term vulnerable. Any population who cannot defend themselves, cannot make their own decisions, are considered as vulnerable population in research. The ICMR defines vulnerable population as those with diminished autonomy and who may be at higher risk of correction or undue influence. People who do not take their own decision are diminished autonomy, and who can be dominated or can be under influence are the vulnerable population. The example for this is children, the prisoners, the pregnant women, mentally retarded people, socially or economically deprived, disadvantaged groups. These all are the people who can be the vulnerable population. So why we need a special guidelines for these vulnerable population? The vulnerable population, as they can are socially deprived and as they can be influenced. So as the human rights and as the basic right of each and every individual, that they should be protected by the surrounding that they are in. Okay, so as we all are researchers, it is our job to protect this population from getting, exploited. So vulnerable groups may not fully understand the research implications. They need for additional protections to prevent exploitation of this group. And ethics committee is the committee that evaluates the risk with these vulnerable population involved in the study. So this is the reason why a special section 6 of the ICMR guideline is especially dedicated to this vulnerable population. Now, the role of ICMR evaluation of the guidelines. So, as we all know that ICMR, it is the apex body for medical ethics in India. The guidelines were first issued, as Dr. Shruti Madam has already taken this part in a very much detail. First of all, in 2000, then 2006, and now the revision is done in 2017 of whole guidelines, and in 2025 or 24 of the guidelines related to AI involvement in the studies. Now, 2017 version aligns with the international standards of the research organizations that are there, like CUMS and WHO. So 2017 is aligned with this. What are the key principles? Key principles of ethical research. Now, core ethical principles, as Dr. Deepak Bhosle sir has mentioned, and other faculties has also mentioned in their talk, is the respect for the person, autonomy, and informed consent. You should respect the person on whom you are doing research. Okay, maybe they have given you the informed consent, they have given you, but protecting their right is the core responsibility of the principal investigator, that is the PI who is conducting the research, whether it is a clinical trial or a self-sponsored research. But respect of the individual is to be maintained. Then beneficence, as we have seen that there should be maximum benefit out of the research. and non-maleficent to avoid harm to any of the research participants or to any, even if you are doing research on animal, these principles are applied. Okay, and justice should be there. Fair participation, selections, and distribution of burden and benefit, it is to be there. Now, a document that safeguards the researcher and gives the freedom and autonomy to the participant is the informed consent. Okay, consent is the word that we hear in every social aspect, that there should be consent of many things. There are movies made on it. But what is informed consent? Informed consent, as we have already heard from morning, it is something that you have to inform each and every step, each and every benefit, each and every risk that is involved in that research where it is to be conducted. It was to be a voluntary consenting, and it should be comprehensible. Now, how this vulnerable population will give consent? Okay, as on one place we are saying that this population is vulnerable because they are unable to take their own decisions, they are unable to understand various research steps and various, so how will they give their consent? So in this, in a pediatric population, in other population, we take the consent that is called as assent. That is, we take the consent from their guardians, from their parents. Okay, this consent is taken, but this does not mean that that population is not to be informed. They should have the idea in which they are involved, in which research they are involved. If they can, you must take the signatures and other thumb formalities of the participant also. But to ensure fully consent, we should involve the parents and the guardians in that. Another is for mentally retarded, for old age patient, for prisoners. There should be audio-visual recording of consenting. It is to be done, and it has made mandatory by the CDISCO to take audio-visual consenting for the vulnerable population. And as very rightly mentioned by sir, if there is something that is to be kept confidential, then only audio recording and written consenting, these two supportive documents will be there. Okay, then what is the risk benefit assessment in case of the vulnerable population? Any risk should be minimized and justified by the potential benefit. It is not that a risk is never taken. What we say in pharmacology is whenever a drug is taken, risk is taken. Okay, so it is not that the risk is never taken, but the benefit that you will get out of taking that small risk, it is to be very much better. As you can see, the on a weighing machine, the part that is having benefit should be more weighted than risk. And the committee that assess this risk and benefit is the ethics committee that assess the risk and benefit. Now coming to ethics committee, as we have seen that a protocol, as Dr. Anand Patil sir has taken the detail of the protocol, this protocol is reviewed by ethics committee. This ethics committee reviews the protocol, and it is very important that it should be independent review. Hence, as we have seen in Deepak Bhosle sir's lecture, that the role and responsibilities of various ethics members, we have seen that most of the members are non-affiliated because there should not be any bias. Most of the members, the one who is participating into the research, cannot vote for that review. So these rules are made for to make the review independent. There should not be any conflict of interest or bias of any of the member that is involved in the ethics committee. So ethics committee must include the representatives of diverse backgrounds. There is pharmacologist, there is a lay person, there is a legal person, a theologist, okay, a chairperson from outside the institute, a member secretary from the institute. So they are from the diverse background. There are basic scientists, there can be people from anatomy, there can be people from pathology, and can raise their questions accordingly. The review should ensure justice and proportionality in participant section. It is not that you have called a meeting You have just taken read the protocol, and everything is okay, then you start. There should be a proper quorum that is to be needed, and few people who are mandatory in the quorum are a lay person, legal person, and theologists. These are the mandatory people into the quorum, apart from other people also. But why these people? Because these people ask questions related to the society. We are scientific people. Many things that are very much common to us maybe are very difficult to understand for the society. So this is the independence of the review and continuous monitoring of protocol and deviation. It is to be done by the ethics committee. There are various monitoring visits that are done by the sponsors, that are done by the investigators, and ethics committee can also monitor to see whether the protocol, the version in which the protocol was presented in front of the ethics committee, is it being followed or not. Now, vulnerable population, the categories as the ICMR it categorizes is cognitive, that are mentally ill patients. Okay, depression, anxiety, schizophrenic patients. All these patients are vulnerable patients. So these are categorized in cognitive. Then legal, prisoners of war, as we have seen in Dr. Shruti Madam's talk, that prisoners were very ill treated, very, uh, various researches were done on the prisoners. At that time, informed consent was not taken, and that are the incidences which has, driven us to make all these guidelines. So prisoners are a vulnerable population because they can be superpowered. Then, if you are doing a research in an institute, then the students of that institute, the class 3, class 4 workers who are working in that institute, these are the vulnerable populations. You cannot do research on your students unless you make the protocol in that manner and you justify the research. Unnecessarily, you cannot take your students as the participants. These are the vulnerable population. And poor people who may be by in the attraction of some money, maybe in the attraction of some free drug, can participate into the study. So this is also something that is to be taken care by the ethics committee for vulnerable population. Even illiterate people are in vulnerable population. So starting with the children and adolescent group. Adolescent is the age in which, especially boys and now girls, as there is equality, they think of earning some money. They think of becoming some asset for their family, and they take various steps on this path. And research participation can also be one of the steps. But it is the responsibility of the PI and ethics committee to make sure the protection of such adolescent and children people need to for parental consent and child assent. Like it is not that we cannot do research on children. It is not that we cannot do research on pediatric or vulnerable population. Just the design, justification, and informed consenting process is to be maintained, and that is to be justified. And ethics committee should, approve the project. Then that can be done. Uh, Please mute your mic, madam. Research must be scientifically justified and of the low risk. Then involvement in any non-therapeutic research, if any minimal risk exists, is done. Then another vulnerable population is pregnant women and the fetus that she is carrying. So there is a dual concern. The woman's stake and the fetus is also, as we have seen in the study of thalidomide, the drug was given just for hyperemesis gravidum, but it has landed up into such a disastrous condition like pocomia. So this is one of the example in which the fetus and women, they are in vulnerable population. They should be included in research, but benefit to the maternal and fetal health should be assessed. Okay, risk must be negligible unless there is a direct benefit. As we can study now, many of the drugs we lack in the data in pregnancy and data in infants and fetus. So just because we are very much concerned about the vulnerability of these. Another vulnerable population is elderly people. May have impaired decision making. As we say, like Pachpan and Bachpan is the same. So they, even though they have got lot of experience, but some of their decisions can be due to their age, and they are so much both that they don't understand much of the things. Then consent must be assessed very carefully. Avoid therapeutic misconceptions if there are. And research of polypharmacy, uh, risk of polypharmacy is always there in the research that is involving the elderly population. Elderly people, they are diabetic, they are hypertensive, they must be having some drugs of cardiovascular system that is they are consuming regularly. And now we are introducing our new drug. So all these drug interaction and drug food interactions are to be considered while making the protocol for elderly people. Because economically or socially disadvantaged people, as we have already discussed, so they are one of the people who are vulnerable for the research misconduct. And we should ensure that the research is responsive to the community need. If it is the need of the community, then such are to be involved. Prisoners, as you all must be knowing, and we have already discussed, like how prisoners are vulnerable. Mentally ill patients, cognitively patients, they are most of the times involved in research that is to be done on antipsychotic agents, on anti-anxiety agents, on the drugs that are to be used in schizophrenia. In this is mandatory that you take these patients, but the protocol and informed consenting is to be done. Audiovisual consenting is to be taken. Consent from the legally accepted relative is to be taken. LAR should give the consent. It is not that someone who is a far relative like mama, chacha, someone giving the, no, the legally accepted relative like mother, father, wife, son, children, daughter. They are the accepted relatives who can sign the informed consent on behalf of the patient. Even they are signing, the PI should ask the patient about his consent, and they should at least give patient the idea of what research it is to be going on. Another population that is vulnerable are the refugees, as refugees from war are moving from countries to countries. The countries are opening gates for them, but after that, if these people are involved in some of the research, if there is a pandemic or some endemic disease in these refugee camps, then you have to do research on these refugees also. But there are language barriers in these refugees. There are legal insecurities of these refugees. They are rebel people. There is a trauma that they have faced. So impact of all these is there on the consent of the refugees. So privacy and autonomy is very critical in these population, and research must not be aggravated existing the trauma. It should not that we have left our land, and if you have given us shelter in your land so that you can do research on us also. This should not be the mindset of that population. You should counsel them properly, and then you should start the research if required. Then sexually and generally minorities like the third gender, it is now very much recognized. So we have very less clinical data for these third gender also, but now as it is a vulnerable population, we can do research on this. So what are the ICMR guidelines? Like ICMR 2017 guidelines, gives as we have already discussed, chapter 6 of this is revised of 2017, focuses on a right based approach. It is dedicated to the vulnerable population. It introduced the dynamic consenting, the community consultation, and data sharing norms. All these are there with the ICMR guidelines. What is a community consultation? The consultation not taken in a very private way. all the community is involved into that. So that is done mostly for the vulnerable population. Okay, and data sharing norms, the confidentiality is to be maintained. Though the population is vulnerable, the basic ethics of confidentiality is to be maintained. Now, what are the special considerations? To avoid identifying participants in publications. We should not identify the participant or mention the participants in our publications. You can mention that the children were used, but which children, who, whether the assent was taken or not. These things in publication should not disclose the name of the participants. Then use an anonymization and pseudonymization techniques to ensure confidentiality. And use I think there was some. Uh,
Yeah, it was disconnected. Now you are
yeah, yeah.
connected.
Yes, yes, yes. So I am again starting with the talk. So we were at the point what is the role of ethics committee. So ethics committee must have a scientific, legal, and social expertise while dealing with the protocols, and especially with the protocols that involve the vulnerable population. Monitoring, ongoing consenting, and compensation and safety of this population is the responsibility of ethics committee. Though you have given the approval, but whether it is to be is it followed or not properly of ethics committee to make ensure that the uh, consenting is taken properly, and periodic review of and reapproval of long term studies, it is to be done. Now community engagement is empowering the community by involving them in planning and execution of the research. Okay, so like some NGOs and some social people and some community that are very much interested in performing the research, they are to be engaged by the people, by the researchers like us, and we should build the trust and promotes the ethical integrity of the research. Uh, then what are the researchers' responsibility? To ensure culturally appropriate consenting material that is there. Then mandatory ethical training is to be taken by each and every researcher, and to report the serious adverse event to the ethics committee within 24 hours, and to follow the norms of reporting the adverse events that we have already learned up to now. Now, monitoring and audit, EC can monitor, conduct site visit, and data auditing can be done by ethics committee. Must ensure reporting of the protocol deviation. If a protocol is deviated, you have to report it to the chairman and member secretary of the ethics committee to which you were have taken the approval within 24 hours. Minor deviations are also to be reported, and major deviations are definitely to be reported, depending upon which there can be reviewing of the protocol, or there can be consideration of the deviation if important. Then encourage the adverse drug reporting by the participants. Participants, as they have their own thinking going on, they may hide the adverse effect, like by the fear of withdrawal from the study. But you should encourage them, and you should say that these adverse effects are to be reported and they should be reported. So this is the comparison table of various guidelines that are there, and what they say about the vulnerable population. So ICMR has a strong contextual focus on vulnerable population, and it gives the community as well as the individual consenting of the population. Then SIOMS in 2016 also emphasizes on vulnerable population, and it advocates the community engagement for consenting. And Helsinki has a principle based on vulnerable populations, and they recommend vulnerable specific safeguard. It is to be done whenever required, then only these to be taken. Now, some case reports like a trial of pediatric vaccination, it is to be done. In this, it is mandatory for us to work with vulnerable populations. What are the ethical concerns? There may be risk. There may be, parental pressure. The child may fear. If it is an injectable vaccine, many children have fear of injections. Now, for getting a free vaccine, for getting into the study, for some of or the other benefits, parents may pressurize the child. So these are the ethical concerns that we have in this sort of trial. What is the solution for these concerns? Proper risk assessment is to be done. So the risk assessment is to be done at the time of forming the protocol. The first stage, like asking the research question and then writing the protocol, at that level we should first do the risk assessment, how much risk we are taking by doing this study. Child friendly settings are to be done. Okay, they need to be called with at different timings. They need to be called with you there should be some reward that you should provide to these child, so that they maintain of feeling of wellness and feeling of freedom while being into the study. And observe the consenting process. So the consenting process or assent is to be observed. Now in mental health studies, like doing something on a schizophrenic patient, on a patient of a severe depression, inform consent by proxy, but ensure patient's assent. In these patients, LAR can give the consent, but still you should ensure that patient knows about the study. And risk of current is from institution must involve third party review. In this, ethics committee sponsor or the researcher, a third person is involved, and who reviews the protocol and all the process of the study and data. A third party review can be involved in such studies. Now, research in migrant workers during COVID-19. As we have seen a pandemic, and during that pandemic, many of the drugs have got emergency approvals, and research was done. Though the protocols were definitely reviewed on a very meticulous way, but still immigrant the workers who have migrated, all these have were involved in this research. So what was there was high mobility and low literacy. These workers, they were not in a position to read the informed consent, to read the brochure, to understand the steps of the ethics, and they were moving from one place to another, so there was no other support also. So in this, what we have done is audio visual tools for consenting were used. Okay, and partners with NGOs, as we have already seen that community engagement was done. Various NGOs, various you know social people were involved in this, and the data protection was ensured. So to conclude and to take away message that I would like to give at the end of my talk is, ethical research, respect, safety, and fairness. Okay, so research demands the respect, safety, and fairness of all the participants. Special concern with the vulnerable population, they need some extra care, they need some extra reviewing process, they need some extra efforts to be taken for informed consenting process. It is not that we will deprive this population from taking part in research, or we will deprive the science from doing research on such population, but only good protocol designing, good designing of the informed consenting process, and the review process, a meticulously judicious, just review process, is something that we need to follow while dealing with the vulnerable population. And ICMR is the guidelines. So I would recommend that please do read the section that has a vulnerable population, because it is not, you know, fair enough to include all the parts that the guidelines is in one talk. Okay, so I have tried to cover most of the things, but ICMR provides a very comprehensive, guidelines over it, and it also talks about the cultural sensitivity and framework of the protocol that is to be designed for this vulnerable population. So these are the references that I have followed. And with this, I end my talk. Thank you very much. So after this, I would like to Dr. Master. Uh, Dr. Master, have you joined the webinar?
Yes, sir. Before you invite Dr. Mas, I would like to present the memento of token of love and appreciation from my side
Thank you, sir.
to
Thank
Dr.
you very
Zubair
much.
Qazi, the youngest and dynamic member of our team, for very nice and elaborative talk. Thank you, Dr. Zubair.
Thank you,
Now
sir.
you can follow on Dr. Mas.
Yes, 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 sir. Thank you. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. C.N. Master. Master is professor in Department of Pharmacology in JU's Indian Institute of Medical Science and Research. Sir has got many publications in his name, and Sir is member of Pharmacovigilance Committee in Indian Institute of Medical Science and Research. Sir is member head of Curriculum Committee. Sir is a member of BOS Committee, and students love him because of his very polite and beautiful way of teaching. Sir has got his expertise in the field of pharmacology, a very dynamic speaker. All to you, Dr. Master. You can share your screen. Kindly proceed with the PowerPoint presentation.
Good afternoon, Dr. Zubair. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Yes. So, good afternoon to everyone. Today, we are going to see the different responsibilities of the sponsor, monitor, and the investigator while conducting the clinical trial. Clinical trial, actually, it is a teamwork. Okay? It involves different personalities like sponsor, investigator, statisticians, pharmacy team, etc. And all of them having some interconnected responsibilities. For example, it is a duty of the sponsor to provide the investigational product, and it is the responsibility of the investigator to use this investigational product at the study site, and it is the duty of monitor to oversee whether investigator is using the investigational product according to the protocol and GCP. So all the responsibilities of them are interconnected. There is no absolutely separate responsibility. All the responsibility of a sponsor, monitor, and investigator, all these are interconnected. Now, first we have to see who is the sponsor. Sponsor, it may be a person, it may be a pharmaceutical company or institution who is going to initiate, manage, and finance the clinical studies. So, sponsor having many responsibilities start from the selection of the investigator and the institution to make the contract with the CROs and investigator to establish the standard operating procedures, and sponsor have to allocate the duties and responsibilities to all the person involved in the research, study management, data handling, and record keeping is the other responsibility of the sponsor. Apart from that, sponsor should obtain confirmation of the protocol from the ethics committee. Sponsor should provide the information on the investigational product. It is also duty of the sponsor to supply and to provide the proper storage facilities of the investigational or pharmaceutical product, to provide the safety information, adverse drug reaction reporting, and to submit the study reports to the higher authorities after completing of the studies. Now, the first and the most important responsibility of the sponsor is to select the proper investigator and institute to conduct the clinical trial. The sponsor should ensure that the investigator should be qualified in education, in training, and in experience to assume the responsibility of the investigator, and investigator should available throughout the study period for completing the study. In multicentric studies, sponsor should appoint different coordinating investigator, and one of them is the principal investigator, and all of them have to work in a team for the conduct the multicentric studies. Sponsor should, before entering into the agreement, the sponsor should provide the protocol and the investigator brochure to the investigator and the ethical committee, and sponsor should give sufficient time to review the protocol and all the information present in the brochures before starting the study. Sponsor should make a contract or a legal agreement with the investigator or the institution on the following terms. That is, the investigator and the institution to conduct the study in compliance with the protocol and the GCP guideline. Because the data which is to be obtained during the clinical trial should be relevant, reliable, authentic, and scientific. So, investigator and institute must follow the protocol guideline and the GCP guideline. Next is the sponsor should ensure that the investigator and the institute comply with the procedure for the data recording and data reporting. Investigator and institute give permit for the monitoring, auditing, and inspection whenever it is required by the sponsor or the higher regulatory authorities. And investigator and institute should retain the study-related essential document until the sponsor gives them in return that these documents are no longer needed. Then these documents can be discarded. At least all these documents should be kept for at least 3 years. Sponsor should establish the detailed standard operating procedures for each step of the clinical trial. And sponsors should provide the SOPs to all the people which are involved in the clinical trial. Again, this is the responsibility of the sponsor to allocate all the study related duties and responsibilities to the concerned people and the organization. Sponsor has access to all the study related sites document for sponsor can appoint a statistician for the statistical analysis of the study. It is a duty of the sponsor to prepare a study report and submit it to the regulatory authorities. Sponsor should prepare and submit all the materials to the EC and the regulatory authorities for the further decision. Sponsor should provide the ADR form to the ethics committee and the investigators. And if any serious and unexpected adverse effect may occur during the study period, it is the responsibility of the sponsor to report it to the regulatory authorities. Quality assurance and quality control system with the written SOPs to ensure that the study is going to conduct according to the guideline given in the GCPs and protocol. Sponsor should make arrangements for the safe and secure custody of all the related documents and the material, and it should be kept for the period of at least 3 years. The sponsor can appoint an independent monitoring committee, and this committee assess the progress of the study. This committee evaluate the safety data and the critical efficacy endpoint at the specified interval. And this committee also recommend to the sponsor whether the study should be continued or it needs any modification or we should stop the study. According to the principle of non-exploitation, all the participants may provide some compensation for entering or for the enrollment in the study, and this is confirmed by the ethics committee. The sponsor should obtain the details of all the members of institutional ethical committee investigator, and it includes their names, address, qualification, and the experience with respect to the clinical trial. The sponsor should also obtain a documented approval from the ethical committee before starting the clinical trial. The sponsor should also take the undertaking from the EC, that is, the study is conducting according to the GCP guideline. And the two main principles of the GCP guidelines are that the rights of the subjects are protected and the data which is to be obtained during the clinical trial is authentic, reliable, and the scientific. The sponsor should provide the investigator brochure, and this investigator brochure, it contains all the information regarding the chemical, pharmaceutical, toxicological properties of the investigational product. Okay? This investigational brochure also provides the data which is obtained in the preclinical studies, in toxicological studies, and the clinical studies like phase 1 and phase 2. All these data should be provided in the investigation brochure, and the sufficient time is provided to the investigator and the EC to review this information. And This information should be accurate and adequate to justify the nature, scale, and the duration of the study. All the relevant new information arising during the period of study is also provided by the sponsor to the investigator and the ethical committees. It is the responsibility of the sponsor to provide the investigational product, including the comparator and placebo, at the site of study. Sponsor should ensure that this investigational product is manufactured in accordance with the principles of good manufacturing principles, and they are suitably packaged for so there is no deterioration of the investigational product, and it ensured that the gliding procedures are safeguarded. Sponsors should provide the acceptable storage condition for the investigational product at the site of study. If the investigational product is used by parenteral route, then the reconstitutional procedures and the devices for the product infusion must be supplied by the sponsor at the site of study. If there is any significant formulation changes are made in the investigational product, then it is the responsibility of the sponsor to provide the results of additional studies which are to be done with this new formulation, and it should be provided to the all the parties which are involved in conducting the clinical trial at the site. The sponsor should not supply any investigator should not supply the investigational product to the investigator or institution before obtaining all the required document. First, sponsor should obtain all the required document. Then only sponsors supply the investigational product to the investigator and the institute. Sponsor should document it and lay down the responsibilities of adequate and safe receipt, handling, storage, and dispensing of the product at the site of study. Sponsor is responsible for the retrieval of the unused product. Sponsor should maintain the record for the product after completion of the study, and this record must include the quantities with the batch numbers of the investigational product. Safety. Safety of the subject is the main concern in the GCP, and it is the responsibility of the sponsor for the safety evaluation of the product at a specific period. Sponsor should promptly notify if any finding that can adversely affect the safety of the subject. Sponsor, along with the investigator, should take appropriate measure to safeguard the safety of the subjects. As sponsor should provide the ADR form to the investigator as well as to the EC, and reporting all training and experience to conduct the audit of the study. The auditor should be independent of the parties which are involved in the studies. If a sponsor chooses to terminate the study prematurely or suspend the study, in that case, a sponsor should notify the investigator, institution, and EC and regular authorities. The notification should document the reason why the sponsor or investigator is prematurely terminate the study should be mentioned. If the sponsor is the foreign pharmaceutical company, a foreign institute, or a foreigner, in that case, this sponsor can appoint a local representative or CRO to fulfill the responsibilities of the sponsor. But sponsor may transfer any or all of the sponsor related studies, but the quality and integrity of the data is reside with the sponsor only, and the, and any duty which is delegated by the sponsor to the CROs or any local person should be specified in the writing. Now, coming to the responsibilities of the monitor. Monitor, actually, it is a communication link between the sponsor and the investigator. The monitor, it is the principal communication link between the sponsor and the investigator. It is very difficult for the sponsor to fulfill all the responsibilities. So, in many cases, sponsor appoint a monitor who oversee the progress of the study. Sponsors should ensure that the monitor should have the adequate medical, pharmaceutical, and scientific qualification to assume the role of a monitor. And it is the responsibility of the monitor to oversee the progress of the study and ensure that the study is going to conduct according to the protocol, SOPs, and the GCP guidelines. Monitors should visit the study site before starting of the study, and monitors should ensure that the premises and facilities are adequate enough to conduct the clinical trials. And he should also ensure that the adequate number of subjects are likely to be available during the time period of the study. The monitor should promptly inform the sponsor if he found any deviation from the protocol or GCP. The monitor should follow a predetermined written SOPs, which is provided by the sponsor. The monitor should verify the investigational products are sufficiently available throughout the study period. The investigational products are supplied only. The monitor should also verify that the investigational products are supplied only to the eligible subject at the time specified time and dose which are specified in the protocol. The monitor should also overlook the receipt, use, return, and disposal of the product at the study site. Monitor should also oversee whether investigators follow the protocol and maintain all the essential documents. Monitor should also verify that each party is involved in the study are doing their part effectively and according to the protocol and the GCP guideline. The monitor should also verify that the data reported in the CRF are accurate and are consistent with the source document. The data which is to be provided in the CRF should be consistent with the source document. If any dose or therapy modification is there, then it should be well documented in the CRF. Adverse event, concomitant medication, and intercurrent illnesses of the subjects are promptly reported on the CRF. If the subjects are withdrawal or drop out from the study, then it should be mentioned on the CRF. The monitor should observe and report the recruitment rate of the subject at the site of study, and he should report to the sponsor. The monitor should visit the investigator before, during, and after completion of the study regarding the assessment of the protocol and SOP's compliance. And monitor should submit a written report to the sponsor after each site visit, after all telephone calls, letters, and any other correspondence with the investigator to the sponsor. All these information, monitor should forward it to the sponsor. Now, coming to the responsibility of the investigator. First and the most important responsibility of the investigator is the medical care of the study subject. As I already told, the clinical trial follow the GCP guideline, and according to the GCP guideline principle, the safety of the subjects and the integrity of the subject is the main or basic principles of the GCP guideline. Next is the investigator shall allow the monitoring and auditing of the record whenever required by the sponsor or the regulatory authorities. Investigators should communicate with the ethics committee regarding the ADR or any remuneration or any serious or any deviation from the protocol. Investigators should perform a clinical trial in compliance with the protocol. It is the basic responsibility and accountability of the investigator to maintain the proper storage and proper usage of investigational product at the study site. Selection and recruitment of the study subject is the responsibility of the investigator, and investigator should record and report the data. Now, sponsor should ensure that the investigator is qualified by education, training, and experience to assume the responsibility of the conduct of the clinical trial. And the investigator is available for the throughout the period of the study. Investigator should submit his CV or other relevant document requested by the sponsor, EC, and the regulatory authorities. Investigators should understand the time and other resource demand of the study. Investigators should thoroughly familiar with the safety, efficacy, use of the investigational product. Okay? Investigator know how to use the investigational product, what are the efficacy measures, and what are the safety measures. Investigators should aware and comply with the GCP guideline. Medical care of the study subjects are the most important things, and it should follow the principles of beneficence and the non-maleficence. And this according to this principle, there is maximum benefit is provided to the study subject, and there is a minimum risk of the study subject, and there is no harm to the subject. Investigators shall allow the monitoring and auditing of the records and the facilities whenever it is required by the sponsor and the regulatory authorities. The investigator should maintain a list of qualified personnel to whom the investigator has delegated study-related duties, like the pharmacist or lab technician, etc. All the persons who are involved in the study are adequately informed about the protocol, SOPs, and the investigational product and their related duties and function during the clinical trial. The investigator should promptly report to the EC, monitor, and the sponsor if he found any deviation or change of the protocol and which increases the risk to the subject. Okay? And it is the duty of the investigator and the sponsor to eliminate immediately any hazard to the subject. All the adverse effect and adverse event that are serious and unexpected should be reported to the EC and the sponsor. Any new information that may adversely affect the safety of the subject during the conduction of the study should be informed to the EC and the sponsor. In case of death of the subject, it is the duty of the investigator to provide the additional information like the autopsy reports and the terminal medical lab findings. It is the primary duty of the investigator, and the investigator is accountable for the investigation of product at the site of study. Investigators should maintain the record of the products product received at the site of study, the inventory and use of the investigational product by each subject, and how much investigational product is returned to the sponsor. And this record must include dates, quantities, batch numbers, serial numbers, dates, and the code number assigned to that investigational product. Investigators should maintain a record that describes that the subject were provided the dosage form which is specified in the protocol, and the investigational product are stored properly according to the protocol, and there is no deterioration of the investigational product. The investigator is responsible for the unbiased selection of the study subject, okay, according to the sample size mentioned in the protocol. And there should be fair and equitable distribution of all the resources and facilities among the subject. And the investigator should keep a confidential list of all the study subjects as it acts or it provides the proof of the subject's existence in the clinical trial. The investigator shall also maintain a subject screening log to document the identification of the subject when they enter into the screening. And it also gives the idea regarding the chronological order of the subject at what time they enter into the study. It is the responsibility of the investigator to provide the adequate medical care for any adverse event which occur during the clinical trial. Investigators should also inform the subject regarding the intercurrent illnesses which is diagnosed during the period of clinical trial. For example, if the investigator is performing a clinical trial on antihypertensive drug and during the study period, investigators found that the patient is also suffering from the bronchial asthma. So, investigators should inform the subject regarding the bronchial asthma, and investigators should also give the treatment for the intercurrent illnesses. even after completion of the study, or if the subject is dropped out from the study. Investigator ensured that the medical care and the relevant follow-up procedures are maintained as needed by the medical condition of the subject. Investigator should ensure that the accuracy, completeness, eligibility, timeliness of the data reported to the sponsor. It is very necessary, and it is the second principle of the GCP. And what is this principle? The data which is going to be collected during the clinical trial should be reliable, accurate, legible, and scientific. Any change or correction of the CRF should be dated, signed, and explained if it is necessary. The sponsor should provide guidelines to the investigator regarding making of such correction in the CRF. The investigator should submit the written summaries of the study status and the periodicity specified in the protocol to the sponsor. And in case the investigator and sponsor agree to prematurely terminate or suspend the study for any reason, then it is the duty of the investigator should inform the study subject, ethics committee, and the regulatory authorities that why this study is prematurely terminated. So these are all the responsibilities of sponsor, monitor, and the investigator. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So this was the, I request Dr. Shafi sir to kindly present the memento to Dr. Mas sir.
Stop sharing the screen. Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Mas, for a very nice presentation. We really appreciate your presentation, and it was very nice to have you as a speaker in Elite Education and Welfare Society. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So I would like to inform all the delegates that we are about to take attendance. So kindly keep your cameras on. Don't have any problem, right?
Good.
Actually, not able to start video.
Okay, thank you. So this was our last session of today. So yes, Dr. Mangesh, you can unmute yourself. We have got the attendance of you, so no need to worry. Okay. So, with the permission of our organizing secretary, uh, I call today's session to come to an end. I would like to request Dr. Shafi sir to kindly talk some few words.
So thank you very much all for being with us for whole day. So today we have finished the first day of our webinar. So tomorrow will be second day and morning 9:30 sharp like today. We'll start. The link will be shared to you in the group. The link will open at 9:15 a.m. and you can start joining and we will start the sessions from 9:30. Tomorrow will be the second day and we will give you further instructions tomorrow. So I request all of you please join. I request all the participants who have registered to join the Zoom links because we have to take the attendance and screenshot and we have to share it with Maharashtra Medical Council. So thank you very much for being with us. I hope that you people have enjoyed today's webinar. See you all tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, with the permission of our organizing secretary, I call this session to end. Thank you very much. I am ending the meeting from my side. We will see or we will meet you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.